What's up, y'all? What's good? Welcome to the What Up Doe Show. It's your boy Dame D, and we are back with another one. Today we're going to be doing full NFL game commentary today, leading up to tonight. Well, today's afternoon game, Lions versus the Green Bay Packers. So let me turn this down a little bit. It's been a good slew of games that's been on today. I'm right now watching this. The Steelers Jets game. It's been a good game. You got the Steelers versus the New York Jets. You got Aaron Rodgers versus not Jalen Hurts, but damn, what is his name? I forget his name, but it's been a good matchup. They pretty much switched teams and playing against each other today. So it's been a good slew of games. That was a good game the other day with Kansas City and the not the Rams, but the Chargers. So, leading up to all the games that we're getting ready to see today. So, but yes, I'm getting ready. I'm ready for to see my Lions. It's going to be a great game. It's going to be a good night. You know what I mean? So we've been waiting to see what these boys going to do. Up under this new offensive coordinator. So I need for you guys to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Give me your thoughts on today's games. What games are you watching? Who you're liking? Who you picking? Like I said, it's just about to be a good day for football. So let me know what games you watching, who you checking out, who you picking to win. So I got a lot of stuff going on. Hopefully my internet, be able to hold up, with this streaming. I got multiple cameras going, so it's going to be a good day, so hopefully everything is in check. We are live streaming from YouTube and Facebook. Hopefully everything on Facebook. They've been, I don't know why I've gotten 2 copyrights over there, maybe because some of the music that's okay with YouTube isn't okay with Facebook. So, I want to apologize. We're going to clean that up, so we won't have no copyright infringements, so it's just going to be a good day of football. So I need for you guys to, come on in, chop it up with your boy. I'm going to be sitting here all day and we're going to be talking football. I'm probably going to have my little one with me, once he wakes up from his nap. But, it's going to be a good day for football, like I said. So I'm just getting ready to make sure that I can be heard. You guys can hear me. So I'm just trying to see if I'm live. So I'm just trying to see if I'm live. Okay. I can't be heard. So we are good over there. So yeah, it's halftime at the Jets. And I'm getting confused because they keep showing the Green Bay and Detroit, but the Steelers and the Jets game, you get your boy Aaron Rodgers versus and his name Justin Fields is who they're facing off against. They pretty much switched teams. Justin Fields was the quarterback for Pittsburgh last year, and Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback for the Jets last year. It's been a pretty good game. They've been going back and forth. It's 7-7 third. 7-7 at half, no, 14-10 at half. Cincinnati, Cleveland, that's been a good game. Let me see, I'm just watching the highlights. So right now it's halftime, at a lot of games. Right now it's 7-10, New England over Oakland. But the comment section is open. Let me know who you guys are going with. I know most of you guys that's probably going to be watching are Lions fans. I probably have a lot of West Coast people out there watching. It's still early out there, though. But, okay, Indianapolis is putting up some numbers. They got 20-0 over Miami in the first half. You got Jacksonville over the Panthers 10-3 at halftime. So it's some good games. Like I said, comment in the comment section. Let me know who you guys are picking today, what games you're watching. You got Washington over New York 14-3. You know what I mean? Brian Russell's making this comeback. It's a new team for the Giants. I did not even know that. That's surprising. You got Atlanta, 10-10, Atlanta and Tampa Bay. That's a pretty good game right there. So yeah, like I said, I'm going to be talking about doing full commentary on all the games today. You got the Saints playing against the Cardinals. Cardinals over the Saints 17-10 at halftime. But yeah, like I said, we're going to be just talking about the games all day leading up into to my game, to my boys, the Lions, and I want to give a shout out to my homeboy, Gabe. Well, anyway, clothing line, it's called the Lions Den, clothing line. If you want to get this apparel, you can reach out to those guys, but I thought this shirt was awesome. Picked it up for him. It's one of my game day shirts that I'm going to be going to, when watching the Lions play. But yeah, the comment section is open. I want you guys to interact with me today. Let me know what you think and how these Lions gonna do. Do you think we're gonna have a good season this year? We're coming off of we're losing an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator, and I'm watching the game today with Aaron Glenn, with the Jets, and he's been making some great calls, and he's taking a lot from Dan Campbell on going forward. He went for it on fourth down. So it's been a lot of good games, man. Like I said, I've been watching this Jets game. I've been watching Aaron Glenn, the head coach now of the Jets, who was our defensive coordinator. So we got it's going to be a lot of things in question today, where our defense be able to, hold fast, be able to hold it down with us losing our defensive coordinator, and will our offense be able, to continue to be the good offense they were last year, with losing our offensive coordinator. And I talked about it, last night. And I was just telling, when I talked about it, I'm like, we didn't lose the players. The players are still there. We lost the coach, but a lot of the plays that we probably ran, we probably will keep a lot of those plays, but just run them a little bit differently up under the new offensive and defensive coordinators we got. Yep. So you guys give me your thoughts on how do you think, we're going to fare with a new offensive coordinator. Do you think that our offense is going to be the same, or do you think it's going to take a little time for them to adjust, to these new offensive plays? I think they'll be able to fit right in. I think they'll run a lot of the same plays that were successful, that they ran last year. And then to be able to add a lot of new different offensive plays, with the new offensive coordinator. So I think it'll be a different look, but the same look at the same time. But on Justin Fields, he's been looking really, really good for the Jets, and Aaron Rodgers, he's been looking pretty decent for Pittsburgh. It's going to be a good year for some football. The NFC is definitely deep this year. The Lions, we're going to have our work cut out ahead of us. We got, I'm going to say not a target on that back, but a lot of teams are going to be looking, looking at us like we're for real now. You know what I mean? The last 2 years we've had great winning seasons. You know what I mean? We just came up short a little bit last year, so this is the year, this got to be the year, for us to go ahead and do what we need to do. I'm not saying we're going to the Super Bowl, but, I think we'll do a lot better because we had a lot of injuries at the end of the season last year that killed us. If everyone stays healthy, and we can bring everybody together, I think we'll be better than we was last year. There we go. 425. They're talking about it now. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, the comment section is open. Let me know what you guys think about today's matchup with Detroit and Green Bay. And I sent out a few invites. You more than welcome to come in. If you guys want to come in, let me know. Give me your email, and I will bring you give you a link to come on in and join me and talk about it. And then I like how the NFL did it this week. They came in with, divisional rivalry game. So it's going to be interesting, this first week of football. Yeah, and then I want to talk about that too. We got the defense of Green Bay is going to be a pretty good defense. They got Michael Parsons coming in. They got a lot of key players that's going to be, I'm not going to say injured, but they have a lot of key injuries, I should say. So but hopefully, it's a good contested game. I just want to see a great game. I want to see everybody out there healthy and playing, and healthy. So we down in Lambeau, baby. We behind enemy lines, but it's going down. We used to it. I think we had a pretty good road record the last 2 years. But I see I have a few people watching. I need for you guys to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Come on into the chat. The chat is open. You guys can interact with me. Give me some of your thoughts. Tell me what you think about some of the games, some of the matchups, some of the trades that's went on around the league. Like the game that I'm watching now. You got two premier quarterbacks. You got old school Aaron Rodgers versus um and I don't know why Justin Fields, which is a pretty good, duel, watching these two battle it out. But give me some of your thoughts. You got Russell Westbrook going out to New York, so give me some of your thoughts on these games out here. Interact with your boy, you know. Yeah, but it's halftime around the league. I know a lot of people are waiting for the second half to start up, for some of these other games. Give me your thoughts on that Kansas City San Diego game that we had, I believe, Thursday. So give me your thoughts on that. Yeah, so I can't wait to see um Montgomery back there in that backfield, Gibbs. I can't wait to see these boys come out. I'm excited to see this running game and also this passing game. We we definitely should be able to pick up where we left off last year. Looking at everything on paper, our defense all the way around, man. We should have one of I'll say the top five defense in the league, and our offense should definitely is like number one, number two offense in the league. Especially with our tight end. He's coming back healthy. Everybody's just coming back healthy, man. And I'm very excited to see what Aiden Hutchinson is going to look like. He was ready to go at the end of the season if we would have made it to the Super Bowl, but it was a good thing. He was able to rest up, and now he's going to come back 100%. So yeah, man, I'm just ready to see my boys go. It's a lot of haters out there. Let the hate come on, hate. Let the hate come on and come. But yeah, them Lions gonna do their thing. A lot of people been waiting on this. We had a few key pickups. Some good draft picks. So I'm excited to see what this season is going to bring. So you got Pittsburgh and the Jets getting ready to start off 17-19 Jets. A pretty good offensive game. So it's been a pretty decent game. So I just want to chop it up with you guys, come in, and just give my commentary on what's been going on around the league. So like I said, we're going to probably just run this, all the way up into the Lions game, start up, and then continue to keep going. Yeah. Yeah, so I see I got a few people in there watching. Let me know what you guys think about today's game. What matchup? Let me know. Let me give me your opinions on today's game with the Lions. Give me your thoughts. Who are you picking? Who you picking for any of these games? So just interact. I want to know you guys' thoughts. But it's a really good game on right now in Pittsburgh versus the New York Jets. That's the game that I'm watching right now. So if you want to see a good, quarterback dude shoot it out, turn to that game. It's on. I'm watching it over on Fox now. Yeah. So yeah, if you are not subscribed to the channel, make sure that you hit that subscribe button. Make sure that you like and make sure that you share. Let everybody know what we got going on over here. It helps the channel grow. We're trying to build this channel up. Yeah, I mean Pittsburgh, man, they looking good. They lost a lot of key players, but that defense is always solid. No, I'm definitely a diehard Lions fan, but I definitely go for my Steelers. I have ties with them. Cuz Larry Foote played with them, so I was watching them before he actually played with them some years ago. It's just different. It's different watching them play with Aaron Brooks back there in that backfield. I'm used to seeing Roethlisberger. Really for the last 10 years. Last year they had Russell Westbrook. I mean Russell Wilson over there last year. And that was a different look. They had him and Justin Fields. Switching up. Switching plays in between. But it's definitely a weird look seeing Aaron Rodgers play back there. But he's looked pretty good. He has not thrown no interceptions. He's not been just throwing that motherfuckers up, for anybody to go get him. So he's actually been, doing his thing out there, looking like the Aaron Rodgers of old, I should say. But what I think they need to do, meaning that he's an older quarterback. What I have saw is that the speed, is not there in his legs anymore. So they definitely have to be able to protect him in that pocket. He comes a lot out of the from up under the eye, which he was used to mostly coming out of the shotgun. And they talked about that. So that offensive line is going to have to hold up if they want to be successful and they want Aaron Rodgers to be, healthy. Yeah, see, and just like the Jets, see, and what Rodgers, he doesn't have that speed like how he used to be able to have, especially when that blitz is coming. Aaron Glenn is making some hell of a calls, man. I keep forgetting that, he's playing against our ex defensive coordinator, who is the head coach now of the Jets. So, they just ran that blitz at him, man, and almost got that sack. So the Jets are for real. They're playing good. Because Pittsburgh is a well coached team. Okay, so they just punted back to the Jets. So Jalen Hurst, not Jalen Hurst, but I don't know why I keep saying that. So the Jets will be getting the ball back. But yeah, let's continue talking about these Lions, man. What do you think? Do you think our quarterback is going to have another great year like how he had last year? I know a lot of people, hate on our quarterback. I know a lot of people, talk a lot of bullshit about him, but he had a great year. And I talked about that last year, man. He had a great year last year. Besides the last game. We threw a few picks, that was costly. It was a few costly caused by, by the coach, but I like I said today, I want him to come back with that same attitude, going forward, on fourth down. Dan Campbell, set a precedent, in the league for a lot of coaches that would not go for it on fourth down. You know what I mean? So, you know, but yeah, man, you have to trust in our players trust in the coach, and the coach normally gets it done, with a lot of the questionable calls that he made last year, so hopefully he comes back with that same gritty attitude, but in certain situations, when you gotta kick it, you know what I mean? Because I'm not gonna say it didn't cost us some games, but you know, if you got a chance to go for the points, man, go for the points, but if you have to go for it, fuck it, go for it. Because Dan Campbell, he proved and he showed that he trusted in his players, and we pretty much got it done, man. Yep. So yeah. So let me hold on, pull my book out. But I just want to see a well coached, a well executed offense and defensive game tonight. You know what I mean? and it's definitely going to be a test for our defense. And this is a good time to be playing that Lambeau. We're not, going to be in freezing temperatures. They're not going to catch us out there. So it's going to be, the weather should not be, you know, should not hurt us out there. You know what I mean today. So I just want to see a good game. Okay, Fields almost threw an interception. Yeah, but make sure you guys hit that subscribe button, you hit that like button, and make sure you also hitting that sharing button. And Justin Fields, I don't know why I keep mixing Justin Fields and Jalen Hurts up, but excuse me for that. But no, I'm just trying to find. So give me a second. I'm sitting here trying to find my lineup roster for Green Bay. Yeah, but like I said, if you guys want to watch a good game, a good passing, a good quarterback duel game, Justin Fields versus Aaron Rodgers, it's been a pretty good game. Justin Fields is 9 for 12 with a couple of touchdowns. But that defense, that steel curtain, them boys, they interchange year after year and always have a pretty substantial great defense. That's one thing I can say about Pittsburgh. They're well coached, offensively and defensively, but especially on that defensive side, they've always had a great linebacking core. They've always had great secondaries. And just like I said, all around, just a great coach, well coached defensive team. So Pittsburgh is getting the ball back 17-19, Jets third quarter. Yeah, like I said, excuse me, I'm just trying to find my notes from last night on this Green Bay roster that I had. So when I started talking, okay, I believe I found it. So, but yeah, man, back to what I was saying, a lot of people hate on our quarterback. And I'm not gonna lie, I was not a believer in the beginning when that trade was made between Matthew Stafford, and Jared Goff. I was not a believer. It took me, maybe a year or two. But I'm convinced. Jared Goff, he's a great quarterback when that offensive line is blocking for him. You can shake him up. If you get to him early. You know what I mean? So he definitely has to. We definitely have to keep a great offensive line, and we definitely got a great offensive line. Again this year. So everybody is back. Everybody is healthy. I can't wait to see that linebacking core. I love Anzalone. I love Jack Campbell. Them boys gonna be out there fired up. Yep. Like I said, the comment section is open. Let me go back over to my channel to see if anybody commented. But I am broadcasting live, on Facebook. What up though to all my Facebook and friends, what up to everybody over there on YouTube. Here, let me go over to my Facebook page to make sure everything is live. Okay, Alex. See, everything is going on. They got me over there. Like I said, they had blocked me for a few days. Well, not blocked me, but I was copywritten because of some songs that I thought that were, cool that I played, but I apologize. We got it together today. So I see we are live over on Facebook, so check your boy out. Make sure I can be heard over there. Yep. So but yeah, man. Okay, we can be heard. Hold on, I can't hear myself over there. Let me know if you guys can hear my volume. I want to make sure everything is okay. Check your boy out. Okay, I can be heard. All right. Well, I just want to make sure everybody can hear me. I can make sure I can be heard over there. Okay, I definitely can be heard. Yeah. So but yeah, man. All right. So I just want to make sure my volume and everything can be heard over on Facebook. I definitely can be heard over on YouTube. So I just want to make sure there was no technical difficulties, because I've been having technical difficulties with my setup. The last few days, just trying to get everything back in order. But yeah, man, it's been a great game between Pittsburgh and the New York Jets. You have Justin Hurts versus Aaron Rodgers. A good quarterback shootout game. I'm not going to say shootout, but just an overall good game to watch. Then you have our old defensive coordinator, who's the head coach of the Jets. So it's good, to see him do his thing. But I do like Pittsburgh. But I do like Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I do like Aaron Glenn. But Mike Tomlin, has been one of the top coaches for the last 20 years, man. He keeps his team ready. He keeps them boys going. Ooh, Rogers almost threw a fit. The Rogers are and that's one thing. Rogers is a gunslinger. He gonna throw it regardless. You know what I mean? If he think he can, get it through there, he gonna get it through there. No matter who's back there covering. But overall, man, it's been a really good game. I'm just I'm ready. You know, um, okay. Pittsburgh, man, Pittsburgh keep a good running core, man. That's what I love about them. Their players play hard, and they're gritty. Okay, Cincinnati just jumped up on Cleveland. All right, so like I said, you guys, the comment section is open. Give me your thoughts, give me your opinion. Let me know what you guys think about today's matchup. Like I said, I know a lot of you guys are waiting for this Detroit Green Bay game. Um, like I am, but there's a slew of games that's on that I'm going to be covering and watching today. But right now I'm watching the Jets versus the Steelers, which is a good game, 17-19 Jets. Pittsburgh with the ball, Aaron Rodgers is driving. See, the thing is, Aaron Rodgers, man, listen, when teams Aaron Glenn is calling that blitz, and he know that Aaron Rodgers is not the Aaron Rodgers of old. Every time they call that blitz and dial that blitz up, Aaron Rodgers cannot escape from the blitz. Yeah. So they're gonna have to change up a lot of what they do. Them backs gonna have to start staying back there to pick up them blocks. So yeah, I need for you guys to interact. Let me know what you think about this game. If you watching this Jets game and this Pittsburgh game, it's a really good game. I'm probably gonna be watching that game leading up to this Detroit game. But give me your thoughts on this Detroit Packers game. Let me know what you think Jared Goff is going to do. Do you think he's going to have another great season again this year? Okay, okay. They trying to make some calls. The Jets look good, man. Aaron Glenn got these boys playing hard. I'm definitely, happy and proud of Aaron Glenn. He definitely deserved. I hated to see him leave us, but he definitely deserved a head coaching spot. He was a great defensive coordinator. You don't have too many black head coaches in the league. Mike Tomlin been one of the black head coaches for the last 15 maybe 20 years. He's proven that you can win. Black coaches can win. Black coaches can be just as great, as white head coaches. So it's definitely a good look to see, more of them out there. More of the black coaches out there being head coaches, I should say. It shouldn't matter about the color, but over the years, we just really wasn't getting, given that fair chance, to be head coaches. But those times has changed now, which is a good thing. Even at the quarterback position, um, that position was always, you would always, I'm not going to say always, but it was far and few. You can name the Warren Moons, the Randall Cunninghams, that was sprinkled in over the lead over the years, that were great, you know what I mean? But, normally that position was held for, a white guy, but times have changed, the quarterback role and position has changed. But it's still predominantly, a white position, that normally plays that position, but like I said, the quarterback position has changed, the duties has changed, over the years. And most quarterbacks nowadays are running quarterbacks, and most teams want, a quarterback that's mobile. You can't have a quarterback that can't get out and that's just standing there in their pocket getting sacked. That's the thing on Aaron Rodgers now, and that's just coming with age and him, not being a mobile as he used to be, so but yeah, the dynamics of the quarterback has changed over the years, which is a good thing. Because now even with the court, like even the quarterback with Buffalo Bills, he's a white boy, but he got speed. Just like any one of the other, like any one of the other black quarterbacks out there. So it's just all about the athlete that you have back there in that backfield. You know what I mean? So for the most part, you have to be a great athlete nowadays. You can't just be standing there in that pocket because the defenses have gotten a lot faster, and they do get to the quarterbacks a lot quicker than what they used to do back in the days, I should say. Okay, you got Jalen Hurts back out there. Okay, the Jets is on their own 30-yard line, 1st and 10. Hand off to Braylon Allen. He end up with 1 yard. Pittsburgh defense is pretty solid. They're going to be solid all the way around. I mean, Justin Fields, I don't know why I keep saying Jalen Hurts, but I keep getting the two mixed up. But yeah, Justin Fields, man, he's 10 for 13, 140 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. Aaron Rodgers, he has 171 passing yards, 13 for 18. So it's been a good game, all the way around, on both sides. It's been a pretty evenly matched game. But yeah, I want you guys to come on in and interact with me. The chat is open. You're more than welcome to come on in and, show up. I can bring you in if you want to come in. Put your email in the comment section. I'll bring you in. You can come on in and chat it up live with your boy. I sent a few invites out, so I'm waiting on a few people to come in. But if you want to come in and join me and chop it up with your boy, come on in. I mean, Justin Fields, man, he looked pretty confident. He's been putting up pretty good numbers. He's been standing in that pocket. He's running when he has to run, but for the most part, just picked up another first down. I like this kid, man. He's been thrown around the last few years, but I think he may have found a home in New York finally. Yep. So we're gonna be streaming all day, you guys. Off and on. All the way up until this Lions game start, and we're gonna be going full fledged right now. I'm just chopping it up. Watching the games, just chopping it up with you guys. Until this Lions game come on. Hey, Chris Hall, the running back for the Jets, they got a runner. They definitely got a runner. Hey, listen, Aaron Glenn picked up a good team. And Justin Fields, man, he's not small. I thought he was a small guy. He looked kind of big back there. Unless that running back he was handed it off to was just small. Yeah, but like I said, the chat is open. I want you guys to interact with me. Let me know what you think about the matchups, today's matchup, all the AFC teams playing against each other. We got the NFC playing against each other, rivalries, great matchups, to start it off week 1. That's how it should be. It's not going to be a bunch of undefeated teams, I don't think, this year. How they're kind of matching everything up these first few weeks. Man, Hall, I like that. Listen, they opening up these holes for Hall. And it's hard to run against Pittsburgh, but this Hall kid is really good. And that's saying a lot for the Jets offensive line. Maybe they're pretty good too. They definitely opening them holes up. But like I said, the chat is open. I want you to comment and chat with me, interact with me. But yeah, it's been a pretty good game. You definitely, if you want to see a great game, Pittsburgh versus the Jets. So we're waiting. I'm watching this. Leading up into the NFC matchup between your Detroit Lions and Green Bay Packers. And what a way to start off a season. Divisional rivalries. Mm. Wow. Touchdown. Man, Justin Fields out there looking good. I have no complaints. This is a really good game. Moving in the pocket and keeping his eyes down the field. Hey, he's looking really, really good. Justin Fields is a really good quarterback. I can't believe Pittsburgh let him go. And he's showing them why they should have not let him go. And I'm a Pittsburgh. I like the Steelers. I'm definitely a Steelers fan. You know, um, and Justin Fields. Even though I liked it, Russell Wilson, he's my man too. But I think Justin Fields, man, has been, you know, um, overlooked, underrated. And he's showing, in today's game that he belongs there. He's definitely a starter. Good kid, man. Yeah. And most of all, I'm happy for Aaron Glenn, man. Aaron Glenn out there making some good calls. You know, uh, he's taking a little bit from Dan Campbell. He went for it on fourth down. He didn't make it that time, but you can tell he got that Dan Campbell grit in him. But the chat is open. I need for you guys to interact with me, like, comment, subscribe, and make sure that you share. And all my Lions fans, one pride, is going down. Give me your thoughts on today's matchup. What do you think? What do you think? Jared Goff is going to do? You think he's going to have another good season? Tell me what you think. Jameer Gibbs is going to do. How you think? Your boy David Montgomery coming off that leg injury, how he's going to be looking. Give me your thoughts. Interact with me. It's a few people out there watching, so I know I'm not home alone. So interact with your boy. Comment down below. Give me your thoughts. And if you want to come in, put your email in the comment, and I'll bring you in. You can come in live and chop it up with your boy. We're live on Facebook, and we're also live on YouTube. So a lot of people is seeing and watching this. So come on in and chop it up with us. And most of all, I'm excited to see David Montgomery back there, man. And I love Jameer Gibbs, but I love to see the duel back there, both of them back there, because a good mix up. The defense doesn't know what to expect when you have both guys back there, man. We definitely have a dual threat, in our wide receiving core, man. I don't think no team out there has the group that we have, wide receivers, and to top it off with our tight end. Man. So I'm excited. I can't wait. I'm ready for for this game to start up, man. It's going to be a great Sunday. Yeah. So yeah, let me know what games you guys been watching. Give me a good game to maybe turn and watch. But this Pittsburgh and Jets game has been a really good game. I haven't even, I've been watching the scores of the other game, but I have not had to turn the channel because this has been a really good game. Uh, the Jets fans out there going crazy. 17-26 lead, Jets over the Steelers. Yeah, so the Pittsburgh, they got to come down and make something happen this drive. Yep. So I need for you guys to, make sure that you're hitting that like button, make sure that you're sharing, so many people as possible, can see what we're doing over here. We're putting up great content. I try to put up content each and every day, as much as I can, when I'm not at work. Mm. Hey, Aaron Glenn got this defense. Hey, that defense looks really, really good out there. He got them boys playing hard. They look real good out there. You know, um, he took a lot from Detroit and brought that grit and brought it over there to New York, because they did not look like how they look now last year. Yeah. So, but yeah, I definitely, like I said, I want you guys to interact, chop it up with me. If you want to come on in, you let me know. The chat is open, leave your your email down there, and I can bring you in if you want to come in and chop it up with your boy. Yeah, see, and Aaron, listen, one thing and I think a lot of people know this about Aaron Rodgers, he does not mind throwing it out there, in between defenders, and that should have been caught. And let me make sure I'm about to put something in the chat. Because people just been coming in and ain't chatted, ain't said nothing in the chat. Make sure the chat is working. Okay, I just want to see if the chat is working. I just said something. What up, dope? Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, Pittsburgh is marching, hand off, get a couple yards. So it's a really good game. Pittsburgh is down 17-26 Jets. Third quarter, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the third. So where are my Lions fans? Where my one pride fans at? Let me know you in the building. What's up? What up, though? There we go. There we go. What's going on, Big Day? Yeah, no, I'm on live. You live on there with me right now. What's good with you? Hello. Yeah, I sent you a link. If you want to come on in, come on in. I sent you a link. If you want to come on in, come on in. Yeah, I'm live now. I'm watching this Jets game, Jets and Pittsburgh game. Come on in. I sent you a link. I'm watching this Jets Pittsburgh game, but I'm live right now. Come on in. Okay, sorry about that. That's a real talk with Big Dave. He's probably gonna be joining us shortly. Yeah. But Pittsburgh is marching. Third and 1 on their 8-yard line, I believe. Got the first down. Let's go. Got the first down. So yeah, it's a really good game, man. I couldn't ask for more leading up into to this Lions Green Bay game down in Green Bay. I'd rather be playing them this first game of the year where the weather has not broken, where it's not freezing, because normally when we down there in Green Bay, it's freezing. The snow is out there, is below 0. And the game is just not, for Detroit players, to play down there in that cold. And even though we're used to the cold, but that's a different type of cold playing down there in Lambeau. Yeah. Hold on for a second. Hello. Yeah. What up, though? Sorry about that. But yes, we are live, on YouTube. We are live on Facebook. I'm just adding a little something different to the setup, trying to try a little different thing, but it's a really good game between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Jets. Oh, let me turn this volume down. Hold on. Yep. So, but yeah, we're gonna be I'm gonna be doing my commentary all the way up into the game, into Detroit's game, and then we really gonna get into the game, So, I need for you guys to like, comment, subscribe, and share. If you are not a subscriber to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It helps the channel grow. But this has been a really good game between two great quarterbacks, between Aaron Rodgers and Justin Fields. New York is up. It's good to see Aaron Glenn as a head coach. He's doing his thing down there, making some great calls, looking good, 26-17, New York, but Pittsburgh is driving. And then I want to give another shout out to the Lions Den for this clothing apparel. If you want to, he has a great line. He makes a lot of Detroit stuff. So, get in contact with him. It's called the Lions Den Clothing. He's out of Detroit. Okay. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Like I said, it's been a really, really good game. If you want to watch a good game, go check this out. Running back Jalen Warren just touchdown from Aaron Rodgers. So it's a really, really good game. Give me your thoughts. Let me know what you guys think about this game. Let me know what you guys are thinking about, this Detroit Green Bay game coming up. We're going to be facing off against Jordan Love. He's a gritty, tough quarterback. We've played them twice last year. So they looking to get back. I sent out a few links. For people, if they want to come in and join me, and we can chop it up live. You can chop it up with me. Okay, Pittsburgh is back in the game, 24-26, the beginning of the fourth quarter. Aaron Rodgers is looking really good. Yeah, Tom Brady, boy, it's going to be pretty hard to catch that quarterback record. I mean, that touchdown record by Tom Brady. He got 649. Aaron Rodgers, he's only at 506. Brett Favre, he's still behind Brett Favre. 2 touchdowns, of which he'll get that. Mm. Yeah, Mike Tomlin is just a great coach, man. He's been a great coach for, like I said, like the last 15, maybe 20 years. Okay, we got Real Talk with Big Dave. Ian, let me bring him in. Hold on, give me 1 second. What up, though?
What up, though?
What's good with your big dog?
Nothing, everything lined up.
Okay, yeah, now you look good. Everything lined up. Now, just sitting here watching this great game between Pittsburgh and the Jets. 24-26, the Jets. Aaron
I'm
Rodgers
happy.
is looking good for Pittsburgh, and your boy Justin Fields is looking great for the Jets, man. These were two quarterbacks that played for the opposite teams of last year, and now they're meeting each other up, man. Give me your thoughts on this.
Well, I'm happy for Justin Fields. I always defended Aaron Rodgers and liked Aaron Rodgers because I thought when Aaron Rodgers came into the game, um, he was one of the best that ever done it as far as his arm talent and moving with his legs. His arm talent was very special until Patrick Mahomes came in the game. Since Patrick Mahomes came in the game, I don't see nobody doing what he can do. But for Justin Fields, this is a guy that's been closed out. He went to the wrong team at Chicago. They didn't know, they mishandled his career, and they didn't make him look good. And then they sent him away. And then Pittsburgh played with his career. Putting him and Russell against each other. I don't know why you would put two blacks on the same team with the same kind of talent almost, but a younger one that's more elusive and faster that can really run the ball. I just don't like the fact how they did that. And I like the fact that when Russell was leaving, now they wanted to keep Justin Fields and decide they wanted to give him a contract until they thought they can get Aaron Rodgers. I'm glad Justin Fields bust up on him and went to the Jets, and I'm glad he's beating Pittsburgh right now. When I was growing up, Pittsburgh was one of my number one teams. Pittsburgh and San Francisco. Besides the Lions was my number one team, but outside of the Lions, it was them. But
Right.
yeah, I'm very happy to see what Justin doing. I hope Justin and them pull it off because, like I said,
Oh,
Steel Curtain has
touchdown,
always been
Pittsburgh.
one of
My
my.
bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. The Pittsburgh just took the lead.
Well, that's okay.
Uh,
That's
Let
okay.
me
What
see.
they
Well,
do?
you know
Kick
what?
a
They
field
might have
goal or
got that.
touchdown.
No, they got the touchdown. So they're up 30-26. But no, listen, you was right on point, man. Justin Fields, listen, everything that you said, I just said that maybe 5 minutes ago. I'm happy for Justin Fields because Chicago, they overlooked a great quarterback. Even Pittsburgh, like you said, they put him and Russell Wilson against each other. They went with Russell Wilson, which, I'm a Russell Wilson fan. I like Russell. They went with the veteran, but they gave up on this young man, and I think he has found a home here in there in New York, I should say. He's down now. Pittsburgh just took their first lead, of the game, but it's still early in the fourth quarter. He's been looking good. He has no picks. He's been driving the ball. He's not really have to run and use his legs. He's been standing there firmly in the pocket, Dave. So it's
That's a
been a shootout,
beautiful.
man.
That's a beautiful thing. But at the end of the day, um, I love Russell too. But I don't like the way they put them against each other. And then when Russell decided
Yeah,
he was gonna leave because he knew they wasn't gonna call him back, then they started leaning on Justin like they was gonna make him the starter quarterback. And then when they seen Aaron Rodgers was still out there, they started flirting with Aaron Rodgers. So Justin seen that, and I'm glad he didn't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. And I'm glad he got the hell out of there and went to Big Green. But at the end
right.
of the day, let's not get it twisted. This is a audition for Justin Field. They gave him what 2-3 year contract. This is an audition for him. So he still has to perform very well to be able to keep a contract here with the Jets or audition for someone else. So hopefully he can continue and do what he need to do through the season and be able to show his talent because he never got a chance because he went to the wrong team. The same team that is mishandling Caitlin Williams, but now they got other coaches and offensive coordinators over there that's better. So I hope that he has a great year this year also because Chicago is known for destroying quarterbacks
Quarterback.
names and talent.
Yeah. You know, and you hit it right on the nose, man. Listen, they got Bob, what's his name? Bob
Johnson.
Johnson. They got our offensive coordinator, man. So he's going to be in good hands. They're going to have some great calls. He's going to put him in positions, to be able to win, man. Chicago got a great young quarterback. They just, haven't had the right coaches put in play. So
The
hopefully,
right organization
yeah,
and the right coach. The whole organization is a failure.
yeah. So hopefully they'll get it together this year. Like I said, they got our offensive coordinator. He's the head coach over there. And same thing with the Jets, man. Our defensive coordinator went over to the Jets, and like I said, man, he's some of that grit that Dan Campbell had going for it on fourth down. You can see it with the coaching and with Aaron Glenn. He went for it, early on the fourth down. They didn't make it, but I laughed and I kind of tickled me. I'm like, okay, he taking some of that Detroit Dan Campbell grit over to New York.
Yeah, I understand. And like I said, win or lose this game, I still hope Justin Fields. I want him to win this game, but I still hope that because Aaron Rodgers is not washed up like people think he is because it didn't work
He's
for him in
not.
the Jets. Because it didn't work for him in the Jets. You got to remember he came out running with the damn American flag, and then the second play, Achilles got torn. So don't get it
Hmm.
twisted. He's not washed up. But like I said, I prefer to see Justin Fields pull this out. And if he don't pull it out, I'm gonna be rooting for him the whole season to be successful because like I said, it's still an audition for him because at the end of the day, he's still black. And black quarterbacks get mistreated in the NFL just like black coaches do. They starting to get more black coaches, but and they starting to try to do it on the executive side also. The blacks just don't get a fair deal with the NFL. There's not one black owner in the NFL. So I have a situation with the NFL. And on my show, we're going to get into that. Eventually, we're going to pull up numbers and we're going to get into the conversation of why blacks are getting treated the way they do with the NFL. At the end of the day, it's 32 owners in the NFL and not one is black.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you hit on that. And that's something that you always talk about. That needs to be talked about. How the black quarterbacks. And I'm not going to say they're not getting fair shakes now, but at one point in time, they were getting bad shakes. Not, teams were. I'm not going to say afraid, but unwilling to make them starters in the league. But for the most part, this is a mobile. You have to have a mobile quarterback. So times have changed far as, where you see a lot of white quarterbacks. Now you're starting to see a lot of, mobile black quarterbacks and now even mobile white quarterbacks, to
Well,
say the less.
I agree with you 100%. Except for the part where it's getting a little bit better with the black quarterback, but they still out them. You got Daniel Jones hasn't did nothing for the New York Giants. He went to one playoff game, he won one playoff game in his whole career and made all that damn money. Now they didn't bench Anthony Richardson. Yeah, he's over there beating the hell out of Miami right now. Let's see if that happens the whole season. Then you got you got Joe Flacco. He's starting over these young boys. The way they treating Shador Sanders because of Deion Sanders. And then you got, man, the list goes on and on. Sam Darnold now is getting a big contract. He's been in the league and he hasn't did nothing the whole time he's been in the league. He had one decent year, and that was against Minnesota because the receiving core he had made him look better, and the coaches put him in a better position. Now he has getting a lot of money over there in Seattle, and a lot of them has improved themselves, and they still getting job after job. You remember the Rooney deal that started with Pittsburgh. You know what I'm saying? They have to give a black interview. They have to.
Right.
But that don't mean they're gonna hire you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Look at
and
Eric.
we talked about this. We talked about this the other day, Dave. With Cam Newton, he's been out of the
Exactly.
league maybe 3 or 4 years. And you have a lot of quarterbacks that that's still in the league. Like
That's
Sam
nowhere better than
Darnold,
him.
Flacco. That we know Cam Newton can go out there and do just as a better job, if not better.
Exactly. And I agree with you 100% on that. And I'm not trying to turn this and make it about race. And some people, they scared to talk about this, but I'm not scared to talk about it. And at the end
No,
of
it
the
definitely
day,
needs to be talked about.
Yeah, because I love the NFL and I love the sport. And I don't like how they making it soft, but I love the sport. And like I said, man, like let's look at Eric Bieniemy, one of the best offensive coordinators that ever did it when he was in Kansas City over there with the Eagle Miner Andy Reid. But they gave Andy Reid all the credit, even though Andy Reid deserves a lot of credit because he's an excellent coach. But Eric Bieniemy was part of that offense too. The minute he left there, they put him in Washington. He wasn't in a good position, and he still don't have a job.
Right. I agree, man. We get a lot of bad uh, deals. When it's dealing with black coaches and things like that. But I think a lot of that is going to change,
It's gonna
with
have
the
to.
with the hiring of Aaron Glenn over there. I think he's going to do a great job. He's his first game. They're looking good. Even though they're down. But they're driving. But yeah, and Eric Bieniemy, he'll definitely get another head coaching shot. Another chance to to redo it. But no, this is definitely a topic that needs to be talked about. Especially
Oh,
with the black quarterback.
we're gonna go in on my show about it. We're gonna have a full lineup, man. We're gonna go in completely on it. Because at the end of
Yeah,
the day, like I said, the NFL, man, we've been waiting for the NFL. That's my favorite sport.
yeah,
Basketball is my second. And we've been waiting for this. And I'm happy to see everybody out here doing what they do. At the end of the day, I hope Justin Field pulls it out. I hope a few teams pull it off that I'm rooting for today. But at the end
yeah.
of the day, we back at football, and we're gonna make it happen, man. We're gonna make it happen every Sunday. We're gonna be coming with that content. I know you're gonna be coming with it, bro. So we're gonna get it
Yes,
in.
sir. You know it. That's why I had to start up today. Oh wow, they just called to play on Jets. Justin Fields just had a good run, but it's coming back. But no, man, listen, we gonna be on it. That conversation that you had, we definitely. I can't wait. Until you ready to have that talk. It's definitely a conversation that needs to be had. About the black quarterback. And how, over the years, the black quarterback was underrated. The black quarterback was not getting the starting chances that that most of his counterparts were. And then just even now with today, how you see a lot of you know the counterparts that's on teams that and it's a lot of quarterbacks that still should be in the league, but they're taking up these spots.
I got one name for you that they hid his record. He had the best record ever in a Super Bowl era. Doug
Doug
Williams.
Williams, yes sir,
They
yes sir.
hid his passing and records during his Super Bowl win. They hid his numbers, man. He
Hmm.
went through so much hell, and they weren't even paying him back then like that. But he went through hell to get contracts, man. They treated him like hell, and he was
Right.
the first black quarterback that ever did more than a white quarterback in an NFL Super Bowl game.
Yeah.
And they treated him like hell, man. I never forget that. But like I said, we have came a long way, but not far enough. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Yeah, man. Yeah, we will get it in. We will get it in.
Oh,
Justin Fields, how he's looking.
man, hey, listen, he's looking great. He's having a good game. He just had a nice little run, but a flag was called and they took it back. But
So it must have been a holding call.
yeah, I think it was either a holding call and they called it back. So I'm trying to see. Well, you know what? I think Pittsburgh may have. Give me a second. I'm gonna see where they got the ball at because they called. I don't know if it was against. You know what? That may have been against Pittsburgh. So I believe the Jets may have a first down. Yeah, they do. First and goal, and they're driving. So, but Justin
Oh,
Fields.
let's get it. Because I
Okay,
don't have
David, look like you may have went out of the picture.
I don't know what happened. You got real loud. I don't know how I went out the picture.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
What the hell is going on here? I ain't did
Yeah.
nothing. Is this something you did on your end? Because you got real loud suddenly.
No, I didn't do nothing.
Yeah,
Let me
me?
see.
Yeah, because you got super loud.
That might have had something to do with just me bumping and hitting the table, but no, I didn't do nothing to the audio or nothing like that. I can hear you, but I cannot see you. And let me see. Maybe
I'm looking
yes.
right now. It's
Yeah, see,
nothing.
that got to be on your end, Dave. Maybe you can come out and come back
I'm on
in.
it right now. And it say I'm still in here, so I don't know why it's not. Hold on.
You know, Justin Field was just sacked, man. It was first and goal. They just sacked. Now it's this Pittsburgh defense.
You said
Mm,
what?
that Pittsburgh defense, man. No matter what, they year in year out, you know, they always have a great, you know, defense. But no, you still blacked out, Dave. I cannot see you.
No,
I can't
I'm
see you.
looking at the system right now, and I'm still in the studio. There's nothing on my end shows why I blacked out, so I don't understand that.
Right. Well,
Um,
maybe you'll pop back in. Because like I said, I didn't touch or do anything.
because
Um,
when your voice went up
well,
really
maybe.
loud, that's when I disappeared. So I don't know why it's doing that. So
Okay, well, I'm looking. Maybe you still there on live because I'm looking on my phone and I still see you. I just don't see you on my laptop. Yeah.
yeah, that whatever the fact, like I said, they no one in the NFL, what these owners are starting to realize why they out in blacks and out them for executive positions, for ownership positions and coaching positions, because usually blacks get offense and defensive, positions and stuff like that. But no one wants to lose. And what they starting to see is the blacks are changing the game and taking over the game. And they starting to see if you're not elusive and athletic like we are, you're not going to go very far.
Right.
And that's what they
Yeah,
start.
you know, and nowadays, like I was saying, you almost got to have a mobile.
Quarterback.
Yeah, see, and Scout saying he can't see you neither, so it's not just me. He
Yeah,
just sent it in a
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, so you may have to come back. You may have to come back, jump out and come back in. You know, because okay, now I can't see you on my YouTube screen either. So you are out. So you
You said
might want to
what?
come jump out and then come back in. But no, man, you absolutely right, man. The black quarterback has been underrated, underappreciated.
Can you see
You
me
know,
now?
for years. So and then the reception do sound a little bit bad on your end too, Dave. So you may want to just
Hey,
jump out and then come back in.
man, I got breaking news. Taylor Publishing, man, white boy just kills his family over someone dating a black female, man.
Oh wow. Well, that's
Breaking
definitely
news.
gonna be a good conversation.
Breaking news, man. White kid is killing up the family because someone is dating a black young lady in the family.
Mm.
Um, man, you still can't see me. I'm still out.
Yeah, you still out. Won't you just jump out and then come back in,
Yeah,
Dave?
that's what I'm gonna
That'll be
try and see what happens.
okay. What up, dog, Skid? Come on. I sent you a
You
link.
say
If you
that
want to come on
again.
in, man, you more than welcome to come on in and join the talk. Yeah, because your reception is bad too, Dave. So I took you out. I took him out. So hopefully when he I'm gonna try to re-add you back to the stage. Yeah, Dave. So just come out and come back in because I took you out and then it's still and then I brought you back in, but it's still blacked out. Yeah, but we are approaching Justin Fields on a run for the lead. Wow. Okay, Justin Fields just walked into the end zone. The Jets just took the lead. You know, 7:01 left in the fourth quarter, 32-31, with a extra point getting ready to come up to make it third. You know, they may go for two. You know, if this is the Aaron Glenn that I know. Easy walk in. Come on, Pittsburgh. Who's the defense? Okay, Real Talk with Big Dave is back in. I see you, Big Dave.
Did it change anything?
There we go. There we go. You good. You back in it. You back in business, baby.
Did it change anything?
You can focus yourself a little bit, your view.
No, I'm playing with this. Is everything
Yeah,
good now?
right there. Right there, you good.
I'm back.
Yep, you back. Yep. Okay, so I need for you guys to interact. You know, we got Real Talk with Big Dave over here. He's back joining us, you know, on the show. But hey, listen, Justin Fields just walked into the end zone, took the lead. You know, and I told him, I said, Aaron Glenn, that gritty Aaron Glenn, they going for 2. You know what I mean? It's 32-31, 7:01 left in the fourth. Dave, give me your thoughts. He just walked it into the end zone, baby.
Well, I'm with if he go for 2, that'll get him 34.
That'll give him a 3-point lead. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd give him 34-31. That way, if Aaron and them don't get a touchdown, they come down and kick a field goal to tie it. So that's a smart move with 7 minutes left. Because
for sure. You know, win, lose, or draw, man. This team, hey Dave, you just blacked back out, bro. I don't know what happened.
I don't know what the hell is going on. This wasn't doing this yesterday.
Yeah, you just went back out. You just blacked back out.
I don't know what's going on. Who on there? Just me and you?
Just me. So far, just me and you.
Damn, I don't know.
You know, we got people watching, but it's just me and you. Yeah, so I'm gonna say, come back out, man, because even your reception is messed up. They did not get to 2 points, but yeah, you blacked out, and your reception is horrible. Yep. So they took the lead only by 1 with 7 minutes left. So that is not going to be enough time, you know, unless that Jets defense.
So what happened? Did they go for 2 or no?
Yeah, they went for 2 and they didn't make it.
Yeah, and see, that's the gamble that you get with that. So now they got to play some defense, man, and get the ball back and go down and score again. Even if it's a field goal or a touchdown, if they can stop them, make them go 1, 2, 3 and out, and go down there and score a touchdown or a field goal, they'll be in good position again.
Right, Dave. I'm gonna ask you if you can one more time, if you can leave out and then try to come back in, because I can hear you, but your reception it sounds horrible. Yeah, but that Detroit game is approaching as fast. It's getting ready to come up. We got 7 minutes left, you know, in these first half games coming up. And then, you know, we got the 4 o'clock games getting ready to come up, you know, with our Detroit Lions. Yep, so we are joined with Real Talk with Big Dave. He's having a few technical difficulties, but he should be joining us right back in here. You know, the chat line is open. You got a few people watching. You know, definitely make sure you comment, you know, interact with your boy. Let me know what you think about this Pittsburgh Jets game. It's been a really, really good game. You know, let me know what you think about this Detroit game that's getting ready to come up. You know, interact with your boy. Give me your thoughts. You know, we are live on YouTube. We are live on Facebook. Okay, Real Talk back in the house. Okay, you back in the house, big dog. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I don't know what's going on my end, because we didn't have this problem yesterday at all.
Yeah. I don't know what is going, but it's definitely been going black. And then once you go out, your reception is horrible.
Yeah, something is weird going on here.
Yeah. You know, but we got a few people watching. I definitely need to make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Make sure you're sharing, and definitely make sure that you hit that subscribe button, you know, once you come in or before you leave back out. You know, but Real Talk with Big Dave, go ahead, man. The Jets went for the 2, didn't make it, so they're up 1 point. 32-31.
this is about defense right now. If the Jets defense can hold and get the ball back, Justin them the ball back, and they can go down and get some kind of points, it puts them in a good position. If they can go get 3, that give them 35. That would give them 35 to 31. If they can go get 7, that would give them 39 to 31. So either or will be a good thing if they can stop them and get the ball back. Because if they go up by 3, it'll be 35. Then Aaron Rodgers is going to be forced to score a touchdown to win the game.
Right. Yep. So this I think this drive right here is going to make or break the Jets, like what just this game right here. This will show us what type of grit they have. If they can come down and shut them down, which they looking good.
Well, I'm gonna tell you
and make
like this:
Pittsburgh.
the Jets is already looking better than they did last year
No,
with
they
the
are
way they
fact.
playing this game right now. Because they're playing a elusive defense, you know what I'm saying? And when you playing a defense like this, like Pittsburgh, a gritty defense, man, that's known for defense since the steel curtain, you know what I'm saying? And Justin Fields is running this offense with not just his legs, with his arm, showing that he has talent in his arm that he never got a chance to display because no one will give him a chance because of who he is. They knocked his name.
Listen, man, and listen, this Aaron Glenn, this defense, who's ever making the defensive calls for the Jets, listen, they know to send that blitz at Aaron Rodgers. He cannot escape that blitz. And he almost threw a pick. That would have ended the game. So the defense for the Jets, they sending these blitzes at him. It's 3rd and 15 right here. So if they don't get this, it's going to make it difficult. That means the Pittsburgh defense is going to have to get another stop. But here we go, 3rd and 15.
I'm listening to
you went back out black too. Damn. They just
I
got
know
him for
why.
another sack.
Somebody
You just went out again, Dave. You went black.
Yeah, somebody's calling my phone. That might have did it this time. That's the nurse. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, man. I think and this probably is going to set the precedent, for a lot of teams that's going to be facing Pittsburgh this year. Aaron Rodgers cannot his and we don't know if it's coming from that Achilles heel injury that he had last year, but he's not as mobile as used to be. And with that, it looks like with that sack, man, that he cannot escape the sack. Every time they sacked, they were able to get him. Every time they sent a blitz, I should say, they got a sack, is what I was meaning to say. So who's and Aaron Glenn, I'm quite sure he's not calling the defensive plays, but that defensive coordinator that got over there, he's been making some hell of a calls today. So Pittsburgh defense is going to have to do it again to be able to get the ball back. So we are coming up close on this Detroit game. One pride. I definitely want you guys to come on in, chop it up with me. Come on in. Anybody is more than welcome to come on in and chop it up with your boy on the, on the show today. I'm gonna send out a few more links. See if people want to come in and join the show. Then send out to my homeboy Londale Bright. See if he want to come in and chop it up with us. Send something out to my homeboy Q Diddy. Yeah, man, this has been a pretty good game. This Pittsburgh Jets game. I hope this Detroit game is just as good. Okay, so I just sent out a few more invites, but 2nd and 5, Jalen Hurts. I don't know why I keep saying Jalen Hurts, but Justin Fields just handed it off to Hall. I love the running back for the Jets. That was a great, excellent pickup. He's having a great game. Yeah, they look good. The Jets definitely looks good. Win, lose, or draw, they look good today. I'm definitely a Pittsburgh fan. I like Pittsburgh, but I'm definitely rooting for the Jets too, after this game. There you go, Pittsburgh defense. They had to come with that. They had to come through. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. So, like I said, man, I love these divisional rivalry games like this. I thought this was a great call how the NFL did this year. These matchups, these good matchups, the first game of the year. It won't be a lot of undefeated teams. This year. With these matchups that they're bringing in. Okay, Jets just punted. They're still up 1 point. Pittsburgh got the ball. They'll be starting off at their 20-yard line with 3 minutes and 13 seconds left to go. What a game, man. I can't ask for more. The Steelers can't ask for more. Can Aaron Rodgers do it his last drive? I know he has a lot of, comeback games where he's coming back, and taking the lead. We're going to see. It's coming down to the wire. Oh, and you know what? We need to be getting over to Fox Sports. This Lion game is getting ready to be coming up next. So, after this game is over with, we're going to be heading right over to the Lions game next. Like I said, so we are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube. So come join us for this Lions Pride, for this one Pride, starting off the season. Okay, here we go. Aaron Rodgers' last drive of the game. Threw a strike to his tight end. He still got an arm, man. A lot of people think Aaron Rodgers is washed up, but he's not. He's coming off that Achilles injuries from last year. He's probably still healing up. Probably still trying to get that Achilles back to, it probably never be 100%. But just still trying to get a little bit stronger. Because he's not as mobile as he used to be. That's a flag. Flag call. So the chat is open. The Lions game is getting ready to come up. We got 2 minutes and 42 seconds left in this, AFC matchup game, and we getting ready to head over to this NFC, matchup shortly. That's definitely a penalty. Yeah. That's definitely a flag. So I sent out a few more invites for this upcoming and next game. Hopefully a few more people want to come in and interact and join. The chat is open. You guys can definitely, interact with me that way too. And I want to show this shirt again. Go over to the Lions Den on Instagram. He makes these shirts. They're nice quality shirts, good shirts. A nice way to represent your Lions team. Wow, this ball was tipped back to the players. I thought this was getting ready to be picked off. Listen, this has been a really great game. Got the ball back. That's crazy. Yeah, that's pretty much, they can run this clock. Pittsburgh can run this clock and get into field goal range. I believe they almost hit a 60-yarder before halftime. So they got their field goal kicker got the leg. So there's 2 minutes left before this half. So So give me a second. I'm about to run upstairs. I got to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. We getting ready to see these Lions take off in a second. I'll be right back. You have to be still quiet. You have to come over with me. Okay, I am back. You got 2 minutes left. You got little Dame D in the house with me. So we are live. So you can't touch nothing and you gotta be still.
Be still.
Yeah, you gotta be still.
Just be still.
Yeah. So what's going on, y'all? We are back. I got little Dame D in the building with me. He here with me talking live. So say what up, though.
We can talk about it.
Yeah. Say what up, though, podcast.
We talk about that.
Yeah. Say hi to everybody. Say hi.
Hi.
Yeah. So this is my little 2-year-old. Yeah. So you got Pittsburgh got the ball at the 40-yard line.
The sky. This skies.
Yeah, you got to watch yourself, Damon.
The sky.
So as soon as this game ends, I'm going to get it over. Right, I'm going to go right over to Fox Network, and we're going to start watching that Lions game. So I'm actually getting ready to check that, make sure that game has not started yet. What time is it? Okay, that game doesn't start until 4:20. Like I said, win, lose, or draw, the Jets have picked up a really great coach. They look 100% better than what they looked last year. So this is going to be a really good game. Even Pittsburgh has looked good. Aaron Rodgers looked good in times, and some plays he did not look good during the blitz. Which a lot of quarterbacks don't look good during the blitz.
Biscuit. These biscuits. They're going to peel
Oh,
his
wow,
guy.
4th and 11, but they are in field goal range.
That's biscuit.
That should have been a flag.
These biscuits.
Nah, he wasn't gonna catch that.
These peelers.
Yep. Say Detroit Lions. Oh, this is it right here. Pittsburgh is getting ready to. It's 4th and 11. They setting up to go for a 60-yarder. For the game. He got it. 60-yarder for Pittsburgh.
She got it.
Pittsburgh takes the lead. So we're going to see what Aaron Glenn and his boys can do. Hey, listen, there's nothing like having a great field goal kicker to be able to come, and kick a 60-yarder for the game. We still have a minute left, but we're going to see what Justin Fields and company are going to be able to do, with these few seconds left. Watch your hand, Damon. Don't touch nothing. Yep. So you got to look. You got to look at the game. Yep.
This was the guy.
Mm-hmm.
This was the guy. This was the guy.
No, that's the game.
This guy. This guy. The British guy.
Yep.
This guy. Daddy, bye.
7 lead changes today. This has been a really great game to watch.
The guy.
Yeah.
Guy.
Football guy.
Put out his their back.
Mm-hmm.
He bars the eyes. Little biscuits.
Okay, so the Lions. So that's coming up next on this channel. Okay, I wonder why they got the Lions on CBS. But either way, so I don't have to change the channel. So we are already waiting on this game. So once this game go off, it'll come right to the Lions game. All right, see you later. Close my door behind you. All right, that was little Dame D. He's gonna come in from time to time to check everything out. Okay, Justin Fields, got 40. He got pretty much 50 seconds to be able. They got one timeout left, so they may get 20 yards to get in field goal position. So they got enough time in the timeout to do it. Didn't get it. Clock stops with 30 seconds left, 3rd and 3. So really, they just need to get a first down before they think about trying to be in field goal range now. Or 3rd and 3. Got a comment. Let me see who made this comment. Okay, Fields was hit. Hey, that Pittsburgh defense starting to show up. Okay, that was my comment. Fourth and 3. It's for the game. 25 seconds left. They only need 3 yards to get a first down, but they do have a timeout left. So really, here it is for the game. Oh, he dropped it, got nailed. Pittsburgh stopped him on the play. Wow, he should have kept that. Okay, what a way to end the game. This was a hell of a game. You know, I couldn't have watched a better game. Wow, he got laid out. Clean hit. Boom. Right on the shoulder. That was, listen. That's one thing I can say about this Pittsburgh Steelers team. The defense will always be there. You know what I mean? The defense will always give them a chance to win a game. You know, and that's what happened today. You know, Aaron Rodgers didn't look his best, but he played a great game. He didn't throw any picks. You know, he kept them, you know, in meaningful downs, meaning that, you know, he were able to get good chances to be able to get great first downs. You know, he wasn't throwing the ball up. You know, and it was a good overall game. Justin Fields had a great game, no matter what. You know, even though this was a loss, you know, he played a hell of a game. So, you know, I give all my hats up to Aaron Glenn and Justin Fields. You know, they just wasn't able to get it done. But the game has come. The Detroit Lions is getting ready to do their thing. So we getting ready to start it up. This was a great game to start off, you know, today, our Sunday. You know what I mean? So I need for you guys to like, comment, subscribe, and share. You know, the Lions versus the Packers is getting ready to start up. We are at Lambeau Field. I'm excited. You know, I've been waiting on this day to come. It's here. You know, and it's getting ready to start up. So one pride. You know, throw your hands up. You know, I need for you guys to like, comment, subscribe, and share. You know, tell me what you think about this game that just ended. This was a great game. You know, so hopefully we get another game coming up next, just as good as this game. Yes, this was a highly competitive game. You know, the fans couldn't ask for a better game. You know, the players played, the refs were not involved in the game. There was no questionable calls. You know, and this is how football should be played. Yep. So I am ready. You know, I sent out some invites. If you guys want to come on in and join me, come on in. You know, it's about to be a good game. You got them Lions and them Packers getting ready to show it off. Yeah, yep. So, you know, giving you guys his thoughts. Let me know what you thought about this Pittsburgh Jets game. It was a really great game. You know, Aaron Rodgers was 22 out of 30, 244 yards and 4 touchdowns. He had a great game. Yep. So here we go, Lions. It's getting ready to go down, you guys. Yeah. Go down. Let me get my camera back in focus. Hold on. Look like I don't want out of focus. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to get my other camera went out of focus, so I got to get this one to go back into focus. So I'm switching over to this camera until that one goes back into focus. But yeah, you know, waiting on these. Okay, there we go. Waiting on these Lions to come back up and show back up. Yeah, man. You know, I know that was a good feeling for Aaron Rodgers. A lot of people thought he was washed up. I was not one. You know, he still has that arm. He's still a gunslinger. You know, but here we go. Jared Goff and them boys coming up next. Let's get it. I'm ready. You know, that's weird. When have they been showing NFC games on CBS? I thought Fox only showed NFC games, but you know, I could be wrong. What up, Skiggity? What up, Sale? If y'all at the shop watching me, make sure everybody up there subscribe to the channel. You know, make sure you go up there. If you need a nice cut, make sure you go up to Crispy Sale Cuts, you know, up there on Lasher and Grand River. The best cuts in the city, lineups, all that. You know, and if you need somewhere to go kick it, you need somewhere to party at, you know, check him out. You know, he has a lounge on 6 Mile, nice lounge. You know, if you need to plan any parties or anything like that, get with your boy Crispy Sale Cuts. You know what I mean? He got everything you need, you know. Get you right with your haircut, get you right with your party. You know, and if you need any home improvement, you know, get with your boy Howard Fullerton. You know, he's a home improvement. You know, I'm going to get him on the show so he can you know, advertise himself and show what he does, you know. But you know, he's over there at the shop getting Marcel Crispy Sale Cut shop together. You know, y'all definitely gonna have to send some pictures so we can put some pictures out there, you know. But get with your boy Howard Fullerton. You know, he's definitely a great handyman. If you need some work done, he's definitely, you know, the guy to go to, you know, for home improvement and things like that, you know. So I just wanted to give a shout out to you guys, you know, Howard Fullerton and my and Crispy Sale Cuts. You know, get with those guys. You know, if you need to be lined up, if you need a fresh cut, he's the guy to go to, you know. And like I said, he also has a lounge over there on 6 Mile, you know. If you need any parties or birthdays or things like that, you know, get with him. Yeah, but the time has come, you know, them Lions. We getting ready to get back in there. The chat is open. You know, if you want to come in here and chop it up with your boy live, you know, DM me and I will bring you in. Send me your email and I'll send you a link and you can come on in and be live with me and chop it up and watch the game and talk with me at the same time. Here we go. We here, baby. We here. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Jared Goff against your boy Jordan Love is going down. Turn that down a little bit. Yeah, but we are here, Detroit fans. About to be a great matchup. You know, let me know what you guys think about this matchup. You know, Jordan Love is going to be trying to get some of that get back from last year. I believe we swept the series last year. You know, but it's just about to be a great game, man. You know, I'm excited to see what this offensive coordinator is going to be able to bring differently, you know, than what Bob Johnson did with us last year. You know, and I'm can't wait to see what this defensive coordinator, you know, what type of plays and tricks that he has up his sleeve to be able to call to, you know, mix it up with this Jordan Love offense, you know, because he can run and he can pass. So, you know, and I'm excited to see this our linebacking core, you know, be able to come back, you know, and come together. I'm excited to see you know, Aiden Hutchinson on that defensive end, you know, to be able to put a lot of pressure on this quarterback, man. It's about to be a good game. Yep. So let me get my mind right. Yeah. Hey, Justin Fields looked it really, really good, man. He can, you know, I know it was a loss. You know, a L is a L, but you know, they got a lot to be able to take from that game and go on and have a great season. He should have kept it and ran and got the first down, but you know, he was a quarterback. He was looking for the pass. You know, dude got popped and he should have held on to it, but he got stuck. Green Bay is taking the field. You know, we are behind enemy lines. You know, but it's hunting season. Here come them Lions getting ready to come out. You know, I wish I can show you the game, but, you know, I don't want to get copywritten. Okay, well, they still got Green Bay coming out. We have not came out yet. You know, but it's about to be a good game, man. I'm excited. You know, I've been waiting since last season. The last season put a bad taste in my mouth. So, you know, hopefully we'll be able to, you know, make everything right this year. Right. I was gonna say, what the hell mean? They don't know what the black and blue mean. I mean, after the game, nigga, you're gonna be sore, hurt. You're gonna be black and blue, baby. That's what the black and blue division means. After the game, you're gonna be black and blue from all them hits. Wow. Okay, Marco Parsons is talking a lot of shit, talking about when he never liked Detroit, even when he was in Dallas. Okay. We're gonna run a lot of plays your way today, baby. You know, so they just bringing the players out, introducing the Green Bay players. We're gonna be coming out next. You know, and the game is gonna be starting up shortly. 4:25. The game is gonna start. It's 4:19, so we got 6 minutes left. I couldn't make it up there this week to get a cut sale, but I'll be up there next week. Like I said, if y'all need a fresh cut, make sure y'all go check out Crispy Sale Cuts. He's up there on Lasher and Grand River. The best cuts in the city. Him and my other cousin, Montez Lee, he also does great cuts too. I can't not forget him. You know, so check them both out. You know, the chat is open. Y'all can comment. You know, I definitely want y'all to comment and chat with your boys. You know, tell me what you think. You know, give me your thoughts. Give me your opinions. I definitely want you to interact with me. Okay, Jared out there, baby. Let's. Hey, I'm ready. Let's get it. It's about to go down, you guys. Yeah. Let's see if I'm big enough for him. See if he want to come in and join us. Hold on, give me 1 second, you guys. Okay. We are back. All right, so the time has come. It's getting ready to go down, you guys. The Lions, you know, we waited have not been a year yet, but you know, we waited a whole season to start this back up. Let's get it, y'all. Let's get it. Yep. So I'm gonna give you guys full game commentary through the whole, pretty much the whole game. You know, I can't show the game, you know, but I can talk, and I will give you play by play, you know, commentary on the game. But I think we're gonna have another good season. A lot of people probably don't, mean thinking that, things are going to be different since we lost our offensive coordinator and our defensive coordinator. But I think things are going to be better. I think they'll keep the same. They'll run a lot of the plays that they were successful with running with the offense and defensive coordinator, and they'll be able to add more stuff with the new offensive, defensive, and coordinators coming in. So I think it'll be a plus. You know what I mean? Um, I think it'll be a good thing. A lot of those plays that, like I said, that were successful that we ran last year, they'll probably run a lot of those similar plays with the new offense and the new defense of coordinators, is what I'm saying. Plus add new schemes to the playbook. Man, they making this Long John Silver's, $6 basket look good. Here we go. It's going down. See, and this is what, if I listen, I would rather play Green Bay right now, versus playing them later on in the year. It's still warm down there. It's all green, no snow, no cold, so this is the best chance, for the Lions to go in, just have an all around, good game without, it being, a game played by the weather. Okay, so here we go. Everybody been waiting on this. We've been waiting on these boys to start up. Everybody been wanting to see what Aiden Hutchinson is going to do. Okay, so they say he did not take an epidural shot for his back. That's okay. Hey, he gonna need that epidural shot come halftime, because Montgomery and Gibbs gonna be running past that boy. Yeah, you got Aiden out there, baby. He been waiting to get out there. Here we go. Okay, look like we are going to be kicking the ball off to Green Bay, which is a good thing. Okay, so we will be kicking it off to Green Bay. So we will be getting the ball back at halftime. So we're going to see what our defense is going to look like off the ripper. So here we go. All right, here we go. Let's get it. Here's the kickoff. Perfect day in Green Bay. Oh my God, I was about to say, don't start this bullshit. It's a flag. Okay, here we go. Okay, holding on the receiving team, so that shit going back. All right, here we go. Green Bay gets the ball first on offense. Got Jordan Love. Jordan Love versus Detroit. He's 1-3, 6 passing touchdowns, 5 interceptions. So let's put that pressure on him. So it sounds like to me our defense has been putting a lot of pressure on him over the years we've played them. 1st and 10. Look at Hutch. Okay, first they will go for a run on the first stop by 1 yard. Yeah, 7.5 sacks in 5 games. He was rolling last year before he got hurt. All right, 2nd down and 9. Pass. Wow. Flag. Okay, penalty on Detroit. Okay, yeah, we gotta put definitely put a hand on Dobbs. That little motherfucker is busy. This our run defense is looking good. We definitely gotta we gonna be all right. We gonna be good. It's first quarter, the jitters, everybody a little shaky, a little jittery, but that run defense has definitely been looking good. They're trying to run a lot of play actions, it looks like on us, so they can try to get that ball down the field. Okay. 2nd and 10. Okay, and overthrew. He got too much time. Come on, we got to put a little bit more pressure on him. 3rd and 10 coming up. Defense is looking good. We just haven't not put any pressure on Jordan Love when he has got back there to pass. Their offensive line is looking really good for Green Bay. They're giving him a lot of time. And they got that's Jack Campbell on the tight end down there. So he overthrew the tight ends. Okay, so here we go. 3rd and 10 from the 40. Third down and 10, pass completed over the middle. Fuck, come on. First down, Green Bay. And that's something over the years, that's has hurted Detroit going over that middle. For some reason, that middle has always seemed to be open, against that Detroit defense. We got to tighten that up. We got the best secondary back there. Come on, Kirby, lay some hits. Come on, fellas. Come on, secondary. We got to tighten up back there. The run defense is there. So far the run defense is there. Jordan Love has been successful, so far on a couple of third and longs, going over the middle. We just got our secondary got to tighten up a little bit. Maybe we got to bring our safeties up a little bit to clog that middle up on 3rd downs. 2nd and 8. There you go. Okay, so you got 3rd and 6 coming up. Come on, defense. We need a stop right here. Too much fucking time. What the fuck is going on? Listen, this Green Bay offensive line, boy, they blocking. You know, our defensive coordinator gonna have to come up with some more schemes because we are putting no pressure on Jordan Love at all. Okay, here we go. First and 10 from the Packers 30. No, and then, like I said, the run defense has been looking good, man. It's really our secondary, you know. Oh my God. Look like a penalty coming in. It's early, man. Players, you know, we still filling each other out. He didn't mean to do that. Good hit. Run defense been looking solid, man. You know, come on. Let's hold them to a field goal. If not, let's get a turnover. Let's get a pick or a fumble. You know, our goal line defense for the most part last year was pretty decent. You know, we didn't give up a lot of you know, touchdowns in the season, I should say. Look at all that fucking time he got. That's too much time. Come on, where's the fucking pressure? Yeah, listen, we got to get some pressure right now. He has 5-6 seconds back there to be able to decide what he wants to do. Yes. You know, we need some pressure. That's what's going on. We have not had no pressure at all on the quarterback. Wow. Touchdown. Over the middle. I said it. You know, that's where teams have gotten us, over the middle. Touchdown. Jordan Love over the middle. Two safety wides, what to wide, and they went to the middle. Wide open. That's okay. All right. You know, so they did what they had to do on their first drive. You know, our defense did not look good on that first drive. All right. You know, they did what they were supposed to do. You know, our secondary so far, you know, we got to get it together. We did not look good on that first possession. Yeah, man. That first quarter did not, the run defense looked it pretty decent, but our secondary over the middle looked horrible. We definitely got to tighten that up, hopefully now, since the defense is sitting down, that defensive coordinator is going over, some of the film work and letting them see that middle, there was no pressure at all on Jordan Love. We got no pressure to him at all that first drive, I don't even think he was touched by any defensive player of the Lions. We let and pretty much all the plays that that they killed us on were right over the middle. Everybody, it was wide open. And this is something that's been going on for years. Our middle has always been open. So we got to tighten that up. We got to get that together. We cannot let Jordan Love think that he can just sit back there in that pocket, and pick us apart. Hitting shots with to that tight end over the middle, because that's what he just scored on, a tight end straight up the middle. We had our second our safeties down low, so he went right up the middle. But that's okay. They look good on their first possession. We got to come back and strike. Do our thing, and then just come back with some good defense. That's it. All right. Okay. We're getting ready to get the ball. Yeah, that was a good start for Green Bay. Okay, kickoff is returnable. Okay, here we go. So we're getting ready to see this offense. Jared Goff and company out there. All right, here we go. First and 10 from our 24-yard line. Coming out the eye. Toss pass to Gibbs. Pick up maybe 1 yard. All right, Gibbs, toss to Gibbs maybe for a yard. All right, we got second down coming. Goff in the shotgun. Gibbs in the backfield. Okay. Screen to Gibbs. Maybe picked up 2 on that play. Okay, we got third and 7 coming up. It's definitely loud in Green Bay. That crowd is hype. We definitely have to, make sure that we put points on, on drives, because it's only going to get louder. So we got to make sure that, this crowd is definitely going to be involved in this game. Okay, here we go. Third and 7. Goff in the shotgun, Gibbs in the backfield. Pass to Gibbs, nothing, they stopped us. All right, so it's 4 for 9. We getting ready to punt it back to them. They Green Bay is hype. They're at home. They got that crowd behind them. They hyped up. Yeah, our offensive line got to definitely give Goff a chance to pass this ball. And that's on both sides. This defensive line, we got to get a little bit more pressure on this quarterback, because he was able to come down the field untouched. Okay, so we punted it, put it back with inside that 20. So, okay, it was a flag down. But yeah, man, our offense, the offense, really didn't do nothing on that first drive. The Green Bay put a lot of pressure. We had a few runs, didn't really do much on that drive. They put okay, this is a flag. Okay, so they're about to re-kick it. Yeah, so the offense, 3 and out on the first drive, pretty much. That's it. Yeah, this offensive line has definitely got to give Jarek some time. He's not a mobile quarterback. And it showed in the game that we just watched. Last game with Aaron Rodgers, they when they blitzed and they were accurate, it put him in, a lot of pressure, but he still was able to get the ball down the field. Definitely a shorter punt. Yeah, so now they're coming back with great field position to start this second drive. So our defense, we definitely got to come out there, and get this ball back. We cannot start off, in a position that we're in and go down, any more than we are now. So it's been a good look for Green Bay. We got our first look at our offense. They went 1-3, went out. So you didn't really get a good look at the offense on that drive. And then now it's back to our defense. Our defense has to definitely come back and put some pressure. We have to do some blitzing. We cannot let him just sit back there in that pocket. So that means it's going to put a lot of pressure on our secondary, in which we got a great secondary that should be able to hold up, to him just because listen, when we put a lot of pressure and bring a lot of blitzing, that means he's going to be getting rid of the ball quick. So he's going to be throwing the ball quick to these wide receivers. So that means secondary are going to have to play good coverage. You know what I mean? And our safeties are definitely going to have to be there on the help out just in case. You know what I mean? One of our DBs get beat. So that's what's probably getting ready to go on. You know what I mean? The defensive coordinator probably like, okay, we got to put some pressure on Jordan Love. This first drive, he drove down the field, was untouched by anyone. So this second drive, we're definitely going to dial up some blitzes, put some pressure on Aaron Love and his offensive line. So therefore, it's going to definitely put some pressure back, on the secondary. And it showed in that first drive, our secondary, they got to get it together, especially over that middle. But with the first drive, we'll be all right. Yeah, we just got to come back and play some defense and get the ball back to our offense. So comment, subscribe, and share. Tell me what you think so far about the Green Bay Packers, how they look so far on the opening drive. They look good. It was no pressure on Love at all. I don't think no one touched him. Wide open. 6 for 8, 65 yards and a touchdown on that first drive. Horrible. I'm right back. But 2nd and 10, that play was incomplete. You got the Niners and Seahawks tied up 7-7. Okay, here we go. 2nd and 10 from their 45-yard line. Okay, another run, tight end run. Maybe 3 yards. Okay, so that means you got a 3rd and 7, maybe 3rd and 6 coming up. I'm 3rd and 7 coming up. So yeah, this is 3rd and 7, man. You know, so far, that middle has been open. So we got to put some pressure on Jordan Love. We cannot be letting this motherfucker run neither. So here we go, 3rd and 7. Down the middle again. What the fuck? I just caught this shit. Another strike down the middle, probably for about 15, 20 yards. What the fuck is going on? Yeah. You know, and this is something that's been going on, like I said, for multiple years. Like, I don't know what it is about our middle. You know, the run defense, for the most part, has been looking excellent. You know, because Green Bay definitely has a good running back with Jacobs. So, you know, don't think that their run game is sloppy, but you know, right now our middle, you know, and their secondary has been looking horrible. Come on, we need a turnover. All right, come on. It's 3rd and 4. We definitely gotta put some pressure. We can't we gotta hold them to a field goal. It's 4 for 4 on 3rd down, so we have not been getting any pressure on them on 3rd downs. Incomplete. There we go. Defense finally hold up. Let's go. All right, so we held him to a field goal. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Okay. So we were able to hold them to a field goal. So, you know, we got to bring this off Hold on. All right, sorry about that. We were having a few technical difficulties, but I am back. And it looked like I'm having a few technical difficulties with my internet is what's going on. Yeah, so bear with me, give me a second. But yeah, you know, it's 10-zip. You know, the Lions need to come back and get some type of points on this board in this first quarter. So let me see what's going on with this game. All right, yeah, I'm still having a little problem, a little technical difficulties with my game. Is sitting here not acting right. So all right, here we go. We are back on. So yeah, you know, we back. We had a few technical difficulties and we may have that, you know. I have a new internet services with this new air internet. So, you know, and this is my first season with that over here. So it's just, you know, we may have a little bumps and bruises here and there, you know, but bear with me. Yeah. But yeah, man, we did not look good in that first quarter. You know, we definitely we gotta get it together. Jared Goff and them gotta come down. Look, we need to come down and run it up motherfucking throw. Gibbs and Montgomery them to death for a minute and open it up. Then they open it up for you know, for this explosive wide receiver core we got out here, man. You know what? Hey, the fuck. You know, we got to get it together. You know, but I need for you guys to like, comment, subscribe, and share. We've been live for 2 hours and 2.5 hours. We've been broadcasting. You know, bringing bringing your content. You know, over this NFL Sunday weekend. What the hell? All right, here we go. All right, we are deep 1-15. Wow. Hand off to Gibbs. There we go. Picked up to 15. Let's go, Gibbs. Let's go. That boy is fast. All right, come on. We picked up our first. Oh wow, they didn't give him. Okay, they didn't give him the first down. Come right back at him. Right back to Gibbs. Got the first down. Let's go. All right, come on. That's what I said. We need the Gibbs and Montgomery them to death. Here come Montgomery. First 10 zip. You know, we on our 20-yard line and marching. Okay. First and 10. Like I said, I'm having a. All right, here we go. Hand off. Pass action. Let's go. Mm-hmm. Lost a yard on that. So we got a second down coming. 2nd and 12 coming up. Yeah, I tell you, Green Bay, they're fast. But we just got to start stretching that ball out down the field. That's all right. Come on, offense. There we go, Armand with the catch. There we go. Let's go. The fuck? Oh, that's the catch, baby. Okay, they challenge the play. Armand Ra, I believe he got both feet down. But we are driving. So they challenging the play. To me, it looks like he got both of his feet down. He did. I think he got them both down. So we going to a commercial, but we starting to, the offense is starting to wake up a little bit. We starting to put a little mini drive together, and hopefully this starts something, this wakes the offense up, because we definitely got to put some points up on this drive right here. Because right now Green Bay is rolling, their defense is hyped up. We got to put some points on the board, to knock a little bit of that pride down, because right now they rolling. But so far the offense, Jahmyr Gibbs been looking good, picked up a few first downs for us. Jared Goff has been able to, get a few plays downfield. So the offense is starting to wake up. So give me you guys a thought on the game so far. How do you think Jared Goff been looking? What do you think of how this offensive coordinator been calling plays? How the defensive coordinator been looking to you? This defensive coordinator is going to have to this next upcoming possession is going to have to, make some big calls. Put some pressure on Jordan Love because he's been shredding our middle, literally. Got them both down. Okay, I said it was a catch. Okay, so he coming back. So that was a completed catch to Amon St. Brown. 1st and 10 at our 40. Well, I thought we was across. I thought we was on a 40. Okay, Montgomery up the middle. Picked up about 4 or 5. I like that. It's definitely a switch of pace between the two, between Montgomery and Gibbs. Montgomery is slow motion, but it seems like he's always picking up 4 or 5. Okay, here we go. 2nd and 5. Montgomery again. Looked like he picked up about 4. 3rd and 1 coming up. You know, so far, you know, the offense is starting to wake up. You know, offensive coordinator, you know, like they just spoke about, he was there a few years ago to help, you know, bring Jared Goff, introduce Jared Goff to the offense. You know, so they're quite familiar with each other. So you know, it should be a good transition. You know, transition for both guys, I should say. You know, but here we go, 3rd and 1. Okay, end of the first quarter. 10-zip, Green Bay. All right, well, look, I'm getting ready. It's the end of the first quarter. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay, we are back. Started second quarter, 3rd and 1. Montgomery up the middle, pick up the first down. Yeah, you know, like I talked about in the show previously, Jared Goff had a great season, 36 touchdown passes last year. You know, we had a lot of records broken, you know, so we should have a pretty decent season this year. To middle to Montgomery, loss of 2. Oh yeah, 36. Mm, yeah, you know, so he's been putting up the numbers, you know, so we just gotta continue doing what we've been doing. Okay, Michael Parsons is out there. Okay, pass to Gibbs. Which people forget Gibbs can catch and run. Flag down. Okay, 15-yard penalty on Green Bay for taunting. Look like they out there fighting now. And really, that wasn't a flag, but we'll take it. All right, here we go. Lions from 1st and 10 from their 30. Jameis Williamson, okay, picked up the first down. All right, here we go. Lions, 2nd and 7 on the 30-yard line. Give it to Gibbs up the middle. There we go. Come on, Gibbs. All right, Gibbs for maybe about 2. Third and 5 coming up. All right, here we go. 3rd and 5 from our 30. Really from our 25. There we go. Picked it up. I'm on St. Brown. Let's go. First down. About to say what the fuck going on. All right, here we go. 1st and 10 from the 15. Gibbs out of the backfield for a pass play. Picked up about 5. So we marching. We marching down the field. We definitely, like I said, we definitely got to put some points up this drive. A touchdown definitely is needed. I'd rather get a touchdown than a field goal, but we have to put some points up on this drive right here. Okay, here we go. 2nd and 5 coming up. Nothing. That defense is definitely swarming. Oh, here we go. 3rd and 5. Hmm. The fuck? Didn't get it. 4th and 5. Okay, so will we see Dan Campbell go for it, or we go for the points? Yeah. Okay, Jake Bates, the best field goal kicker in the league. Field goal is good. We on the board. And we needed that field goal. I mean, we needed that touchdown, but I'll take the field goal. We on the board. You know, so we on the board. We broke the ice. And let me go check YouTube. Okay, our offense looked it better on this drive, even though we only came up with three points. You know, we put up some points. You know, so we getting started. We getting that old Ford started and going. So give me your thoughts on today's game. How you think these Lions been looking? Tell me what you think about how Jared Goff been looking out there. You know, give me your feedback. I definitely want to hear your opinions, hear your thoughts. On today's game. You know, it's 7-3. No, 3-10, I should say. You know, Green Bay. You know, we get the ball back at half. Jared Goff is 7 for 8, 34 yards. You know, Jordan Love is 8 for 12, 93 yards and a touchdown. You know, and that's the difference pretty much. Okay, well, we're gonna have to turn that around. Okay, so we're getting ready to kick off. Green Bay is getting the ball. Come on. Okay. Defense, come on. You know, we definitely gotta put some pressure on this Packers offense this drive. We can't let them come down, and get nothing on this possession. Oh my God, going deep. Wow. They just let this motherfucker throw a bomb over the middle, down the middle. Wow. That's horrible. Yeah, that's horrible. Look, this defensive coordinator gotta do something and something quick because they've been shredding our motherfucking middle. Dial up some blitzes. Wow, touchdown. That's horrible. What the fuck? Same motherfucker. Wow, that's horrible. Yeah, that's crazy. Our defense look horrible out here. Here come little Dame D down here. He's back. Gotta be quiet.
Okay, Daddy.
Yeah. Don't touch nothing.
This guy.
Yeah.
This guy.
Say what's up. What up, though?
He said that.
Yeah. Okay, Green Bay is up 17-3
You're
early in the second quarter.
This guy.
Uh, so this offense, we got to get this offense rolling like now. We got to put a touchdown. Hey. We have to be able to put up a touchdown on next possession. Yeah, that's you. Yep.
This guy. That guy. What's this guy?
Yep.
This guy. This guy.
Say hi. Say hi to everybody. Everybody watching you.
Hi, buddy. Oh, Russian. We shall be back. Also, the video right here.
Yep. So this offense, we got to come out and strike fast. Because the way and they definitely got to look at this tape. Because this middle we've been getting picked apart. There's no way these passes we should be getting picked apart like that with the secondary, that we got. Yeah, it's funny, ain't it?
This guy.
Yeah.
This guy. This stupid. This pig guy. This pig guy. This guy. Right there. Hello, Dad.
All right, so yeah, he's gonna be coming down time to time, joining the show. But here we go, man. Look, this offense, we got to turn it up, and the defense is looking horrible. So far, I can say it's been showing that we were missing Glenn. All right, so come on, offense. Here's the offense. Here we go. No kids getting burned. Arnold, you getting burnt on the last two plays. Let's go. Come on, Montgomery. Yeah, they looking like how we looked last year. It's pretty much is what they're saying. Second and 4. Montgomery picked up maybe 3, almost 4 on that drive. But yeah, our offense, we definitely we need a touchdown on this drive. We cannot settle for nothing less than a touchdown. Third and 1. Right back to Montgomery. First down. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Like I said, the chat is open. You guys are more than welcome to, comment, give me your thoughts on today's game. And what you think about this defense. Our defense has been looking horrible. Okay, 1st and 10 on the 45-yard line. Montgomery. Maybe picked up about 5 yards. Montgomery is looking good. Okay, that was 6. No, but right now we need to throw this ball downfield. We haven't went to the tight end, Laporta. Okay, here we go. 3rd and 2. All right, here we go. 3rd and 2. Picked it up. Okay, Amon Ra. Let's go. Let's go. Picked up that first down. Amon Ra. Let's go. Back to Montgomery. Okay, to Gibbs. Maybe 4 yards. The offense is I'm not gonna say we not looking good, but we need to make some passes downfield. Which running the ball I understand what you're trying to do. Okay, here we go. 2nd and 10. We got to get the ball in J-Mo hands. There we go. Yeah, and Laporta. I'm like, where the fuck Laporta been at? 3rd down coming up. I haven't heard Laporta name, but maybe once or twice. All pro tight end. We need a touchdown. 3rd and 6. from the 35. Pass to J-Mo. Didn't get the first down. Will Campbell go for it? 4th and 2. Keeping the offense out there. Let's go. We need a touchdown. All right, here we go. 4th and 2. Fourth and 2. We got it. J-Mo. There we go. Let's go. Flag in the secondary. First down. So yeah, man, this offense got to wake up. We went for it, got the first down on 4th and 2. We need a touchdown. We need a touchdown bad. Okay, 2-minute warning coming up. We need a touchdown. So we got 2-minute warning coming up. Give me your thoughts on this first half. What you think? How you think this Lions offense been looking? How you think this defense looking? I give you my opinion. The defense been looking horrible. The offense has been okay. We've made some good runs. And we're starting to wake up a little bit more. Offensively on the pass side of the game. But we definitely need, if we get a touchdown right here before the half, and then we get the ball back at the half, that'll put us right back in position to be able to be in the game. It's a rivalry. It's a rivalry game. It's always going to be a close game. Green Bay defense is looking good in this first half. But we just got to be able to sustain, what's going on right now and get through this first half and get the ball back and start all over. So give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Ah, shit. What the hell? My bad. All right, so here we go. 2 minutes left, second quarter. We're in the red zone. No, we are not quite in the red zone. We're on the 20-yard line, so we got to put up some points. We got to put up a touchdown this drive. Here we go. 1st and 10 from the 20. Get rid of it. All right, here we go. 2nd and 10 from the 20. Up the middle. Maybe 3 yards. Reggie White, I'll never forget him. Came to my high school in 94. I raced him, and I think I beat him in a race. Not I think I did. Well, I did. Oh, my God. This motherfucker with Jared Goff just threw a fucking pick. Wow. Big turnover. Wow. That ball hit the ground. That was a big turnover. Wow. Jared Goff just threw a pick and ball back to Green Bay. That was horrible. Yeah, man. See, them, situations like that, man, will kill a game. And that right there was going to put us right back in the game, put us in position to be able to get the ball back, at halftime. And this motherfucker go down and throw a pick. But it's okay. The defense, we definitely gotta get a pick or get a stop. We cannot let them put no points up at all, or this game probably will be over with. Yeah, that's unfortunate, man. It is what it is. We definitely have not been having a good half. It's not been the same Lions. On both sides of the field, offense or defense. I'm just going to be honest. I thought the offense was trying to wake up a little bit. But after that pick Jared Goff just threw, that was horrible. And I was hoping that ball hit the ground. Oh, it's an interception. All right, here we go. Green Bay from 1st and. All right, so Green Bay got the ball. It was definitely an interception. It looked like it may have hit the ground, but it did not. I can't believe he threw that goddamn pick. Come on, defense. We need a motherfucking turnover. We need a pick. Because they're going to be trying to put the ball, they're going to be trying to pass. Come on, get up. Okay, 3rd and 2. All right, 3rd and 2. Here we go. He did not get the first down, so now the Lions will call a timeout. All right, 4th and 1. Quite sure Green Bay is about to punt it. 21 seconds left. Not enough time to work with, but hopefully, we can make a few passes and at least get in field goal range. Get Khalif Raymond, which he has, returnable speed. Yeah, #1 punt returner in the NFC last year. So, all right, let's go. 6 seconds left. All right, this first half was horrible. I don't even know. I don't even advise us to even run a play. 5 seconds left. Take a knee. Go to halftime. Redo this shit. All right, they took a knee, so it's halftime. So you guys give me a second. I'm going to go grab me something to eat, and I'll be back. After halftime. So I'll be back. My bad, my bad. We are back. We are back. The second half has started. Had to go grab me something to eat. Been down here for three and a half hours, it looked like. But here we go. But we got to drive on this. We went 3 and 5 coming down. Get rid of it. Bam. There we go, Laporta. Yep. So you got to excuse me. I'm eating and watching at the same time. I'm starving. That's where we got to go. We got to go to our tight end. Laporta has not been. You didn't even hear his name in the first half. Let's go. Okay. First and goal. Get rid of it. You got rid of it. He could have got it. He didn't have enough time to get it to St. Brown, but good job of getting rid of it. Come on, Gibbs. All right, we got third and coming up. Third and goal coming up. It's horrible. All right. Went to Montgomery. About to hopefully get a field goal out of this possession. All right. Well, we got Jake Bates, all Pro Bowl kicker. Hopefully come in and give us 3 points. Yeah, the offense is not looking like we normally look. Our defense definitely have to come down and get a stop immediately. We cannot allow the Green Bay to put any points on the board, if we're expecting to win this game. Be right back. Yeah, so we got our work ahead of us. We definitely dug a ditch for ourselves. Vince Vardy lookalike. But yeah, we definitely got our work ahead of us. We got our work cut out. Especially our defense. We have not been able to prove that we can pretty much stop them. I think we stopped them maybe one drive. We definitely got to stop them this drive. It's 6-17 Green Bay, 9:38 left in the third quarter. We need a turnover. We need to get that turnover back. Yeah, we definitely need to get aggressive. We need to get violent. Yeah, well, you need to turn up. Uh, okay, so here we go. 2-4 Green Bay on a 30-yard line. No, our defense definitely got to step up. We have to stop them this drive. Third and maybe one, maybe two coming up. Let's go. We needed that. Okay, good motherfucking tackle. Okay, we got another stop. So it starts from here. If we can get a touchdown on this drive, we are definitely back in the game. Let's get a little bit more field position. There we go. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so let's get back. Let's get back in this, guy. This drive right here tell it all. If the Lions want it, this drive will tell it. Look at this for ourselves. Okay, just checking my audio, making sure everything was everything. But yeah, for those who hung it in there with me, we've been broadcasting for 3 hours and 41 seconds. We got up, started watching the first game. Been excited about this game right here. The Lions have not been looking like the Lions of last year, but it's still early. It's the beginning of the second half. We just got it to stop. Now we need to go ahead and pick up what offense left off at and go ahead and put some touchdowns up on on the board. Yeah. Yeah, so we just got to put some numbers up on this board. We'll be all right. VMA awards. Does anybody even watch those still? Come on, Lions, let's go. All right, let's go. It's the 1st and 10 on the 20. Patch gives for about 4 or 5. Yeah, Goff just got to get this ball out of his hands fast. That's all, man. You know, he's been taking too long. You know, this offensive line got to be able to protect him. You know, you got a Green Bay player down. You know, what's up? We got a few people watching. You know, I need for you guys to like, comment, subscribe, and share. You know, it's been a decent game. The Lions offense needs to go on ahead and turn up and put some points on this board. You know, it's early in the third quarter. You know, our offense have been a little bit of stagnant. Our defense has been looking horrible. You know, we definitely missing Terry Glenn. You know, but I'll give the new defensive coordinator, you know, the benefit of the doubt, you know, because we still have the players from last year, man, you know, so, you know, hopefully we'll get it turned up this second half. You know, we've played from behind before, you know, and we've been one of the best teams at coming back, you know, the last 2-3 years. So, you know, the game is not over, but we gotta put some points up on this drive right here. The defense don't stepped up the last 2 drives, so I will give them that. You know, give me your thoughts, give me your comments on this game, you guys. You know, let me know what you've been thinking. What do you think on how the Lions look thus far in this first game? You know, to me, the defense looked horrible. You know, but like I said, the last 2 possessions, they've kind of tightened up a little bit. You know, they've allowed the offense to get the ball back twice to be able to do something with it. Second and 6 coming up on our 25-yard line. Gibbs in the backfield. Okay, pass to Jameson. Okay, now that's Raymond. Raymond for the first down. A little trickery, you know, get us a first down. You know, but I want to see the ball go downfield. All right, come on, 1st and 10 from the 35. So the offense have been moving the ball this half. They're turning up a little bit. Fake to Gibbs. Get rid of it. Okay, was able to hit J-Mo. for about 2 or 3. Yeah, they putting a little pressure on Golf back there, man. He get nervous when that pressure comes. But he was able to hold his composure. All right, sound like here come little Dame D. Let me put this out. All right, 2nd and 8. Hand off to Montgomery. Hold on for a second. Come on. Be quiet. I'm recording. All right. Say hi to everybody.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, you can't be coming down here crying. Everybody hear you crying. All right, it's 3rd and 6. You got Jared Goff in the shotgun. Oh my God. And he's sacked.
Watch me.
All right, so he was sacked. We definitely out of field goal range. So we will be putting the ball back. It was wide open. Why didn't you get rid of the ball? What you say? All right, I'll see you in a little bit. It's a flag down, but yeah, the offense. I mean, we're still in the game. Fif- 4:15 left to go in the 3rd quarter. 6-17 Green Bay. Thus far the Lions have not looked impressive to me offensively or defensively. I don't think Gibbs is nowhere near 100. I don't even think I don't even think Golf is nowhere near 100 points. None of the receivers are, you know, is nowhere near 100. It's just, our offense is looking stagnant. Our defense is looking horrible. They've been shredding us over the middle. So we gotta hurry up and get it together. It's a lot of time still left in this game for us to come back. And we have played from behind to come back to win. Plenty of games. So we are a team that knows how to play from behind to come back and get a win. If anybody can do it, we can do it. Yep. So give me your thoughts on how the Lions look thus far. Let me know. Has it been showing that Terry Glenn and our offensive coordinator, because the offense and the defense does not look the same. I'll be the first to say it. I didn't think that it was going to bother us as much. I thought it was going to be a plus us. Knowing what we got from those guys last year, and then adding on with the new coordinators. But so far, we have not looked good. Okay, here we go. 1st and 10 on their 15-yard line. Still throwing passes over the middle. All right, here we go. 2nd and 6, Green Bay on our 30-yard, 35-yard line. Come on. Oh, that should have been a fucking pick. Come on, Anzalone. Had that. You know, that's what we needed. Yes. Hutchinson almost had that sack. We needed that Anzalone. And you should have had that pick. And we needed that. You know, that's okay. Put a little bit of pressure on the quarterback, you know, and almost got the pick. That's what we need to do. We got to put some pressure on this motherfucker. 3rd and 6. Here we go. This is big. More pressure. We got the pick, baby. There we go. Can we get the pick 6? We may get the pick 6. We got it, baby. Touchdown, Brian Branch. It's a flag on the play. Fuck. There we go. This is big if it stands. Wow. This is big. Man, if this is the touchdown, we right back in the game, baby. Come on. So the play is coming back. Horrible. That's okay. His bitch ass out. Come on, defense. Let's go. That was big. But he can lay blocks. Okay, come on, defense. We got to get rough. Let's get it back. Yeah, man. We haven't been getting any breaks this game. I thought we had an interception in the pick six, but that came back due to penalties. Pretty much we've shutting the run game down the whole game. It's just, that turnover that Goff had and, them just threading the ball over the middle, but we still been in the game with 2 field goals. But if they were to score any points on this possession, it would pretty much put us out of the ball game. It's a minute left in the third quarter, getting ready to be fourth quarter. Third and 5 getting ready to come up. Pretty much probably going to be the last play, ending, getting ready to end the third quarter, going into the fourth right here. 3rd and 5. No good. They got a little bit of pressure on him now. They starting to get a little bit of pressure to Jordan. He ain't just back there sitting in the pocket 5, 6 seconds. All right, so the defense has been somewhat holding steady. It's just really the offense ain't did shit neither at all. Can we get 14 points from the offense? If we can get 14 points from the offense, we can win this game in the fourth quarter. Can we get 14 points? I need for you guys to let me know. Tell me, can the Lions get? We haven't got a touchdown yet all game long, so that's saying a lot. We need 14 points to win this game. Really, we just need 10 points. That'll win us the game. If we can get a touchdown, we in the game. That's all I'm asking for right now. Give us a touchdown. That'll give us a chance. Like I said, if anybody can do it, we can do it. Yeah, man. We haven't been getting any breaks this game. I thought we had an interception in it. Yeah, it's been horrible, man. But we are still in the game. We definitely got to come down. We need nothing less than a touchdown this drive right here. Because if we get a touchdown and can somehow get a field goal, that'll give us the game. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter how you look, it's just how you finish. So, the defense has given us the ball back the last 3 possessions. The offense just have not really done nothing with it. Yep. Okay. So we are still broadcasting, at both places on YouTube and Facebook at the same time. But yeah, the Lions have not looked good at all offensively, or they look terrible, in the first half defensively, but the second half they have had three stops. The last three possessions they have stopped, Green Bay. It's the offense who have not done shit. We got to turn up. Here we go, 1st and 10. This is it right here, y'all. 15 minutes left to win this game, and it's doable. Pretty much we would need a touchdown and 2 points and a field goal. So we need 2 touchdowns. So here we go. Wow. Was almost sacked. Well, it was sacked, almost sacked in the end zone. What the fuck? Yeah, that's crazy. Second and 17. Third and long coming up. We got to be able to pull something out. Third and 16. All right, here we go. 3rd and 16. Wow. Got it out. Yeah, so pretty much we getting ready to punt it back. We did shit with that motherfucking ball. Yeah, man. We putting it back. So now they've definitely getting ready to flip the field position. They're getting ready to have great field position, I should say. Mm. Okay, here we go. It's 4th and forever in our end zone. We're getting ready to punt it. Okay. Punted the ball. They brought it back into their territory. So it's 4th and they're on their 35-yard line. So they got great field position. So we have to cut our defense. We're continuing to put our defense in horrible situations. Now we're asking them to hold them to not only not scoring a touchdown, but now we can't allow them to score a field goal neither. Yep. So yeah. So this is it pretty much. If the Lions can't stop them on this drive, this is pretty much ball game. And it's just surprising, especially, it lets you know how much your offensive coordinator and your defensive coordinator, really are, and we have to do I have to do my research on that, teams coming off losing their offensive and defensive coordinator, which it happens all the time, every year, so really that's no excuse, but, it's really, to me, it looks like it's affecting us, it don't even look like we've ran any plays that we ran. No, we don't even, we look nowhere near like the way how we looked last year on offense or defense. At one point the offense, well, I'm not going to say they even look good, but they were moving the ball a little bit, in the first half, but just didn't come up with, no touchdowns, just field goals. But, they haven't done anything in the second half at all. Shit, they're holding us to no touchdowns. The number one offense in the league, possibly. And I'm not gonna say Michael Parsons been out there doing his thing, but his presence has disrupted, and he's been getting double teamed, so that's been allowing a lot of, open other guys that's normally, not double, been able to make plays. All right, come on, defense. We need a pick six. Come on. You haven't even heard Kirby Joseph's name. See, and that's all we need is for Jacobs to start, waking up, coming out, because we've held him under 50 yards, I believe, this whole game. He's averaged damn nearly 100 yards. Longest rush of the game today was that last play, 15 yards. Now here we come. Now they want to start coming back to him. They want to eat this clock. Oh, they're getting ready to be in goal. Yeah, they're getting ready to be in the red zone. Yeah, so this is it right here. If we cannot hold them, we got a touchdown will end the game. Because we still need 2 touchdowns, which we haven't even scored a touchdown all game long. So asking for 2. All right, 3rd and 1. Definitely they're coming back to Jacobs. Didn't get it. Fourth down, they're probably going to go for it. We're down by 14-6. Fourth and 1, they're going for it. Come on. Love up the middle. That pretty much in the game. Yeah, man, they pretty much pushed us around they bullied us around the field on both sides, offensively and defensively. Really the offense didn't do anything at all. And then really the defense, I'm not gonna say, in the first half they looked horrible. The second half they contained them, but now it looks like they're getting ready to score again. We contained Jacobs the whole game, but now it look like he's gotten on the board, touchdown. Yeah, so this game is over with. Touchdown Green Bay. Yeah, it's horrible. Green Bay look, they look decent this game, which we were able to stay in the game all the way up until now. Our offense looked horrible. Their defense were able to shut our offense pretty much out, because we still is 7:57 left in the fourth quarter and we still have not scored, a touchdown. Twenty-four 6 Green Bay. So I am not gonna. I wanted to. I said I was gonna do the whole game, but I need to get me something to eat. I just had a little snack on. We've been going for damn near. Well, we have been going for over 4 hours and 16 minutes. So, that took the air out of me right there. But we will be back. I'm gonna give me a little bite to eat. And I'm gonna come back and we're gonna talk about this. A little later. Maybe we have a live panel. Maybe the people that I invite to come in and maybe want to talk about the after game, and we'll have a good conversation then. But the comments section will still be open. Let me know what you thought about today's game. How Green Bay was able to shut us down offensively and defensively. We definitely got to go back to the drawing board. Offensive coordinator. They have to going to have to put in some work starting Monday. Our defensive coordinator, he's going to have to go back to the drawing board because the middle, we were exposed. You've heard, you didn't even. It's like almost like Kirby wasn't even out there. So for the most part, man, it showed that our offensive coordinator and our defensive coordinator was missing. We did not look good. We looked like a rookie team. We didn't look like a well-oiled team today. Like how we always look. So, but yeah, let me know what you thought about the game. Let me know what you thought about the play calling. Just everything. Really, you only heard J-Mo name once. St. Brown had a few plays his way. Gibbs was really pretty much not a factor. I think Montgomery had more yards than Gibbs did. And the defense really had no pressure. I don't believe they had not one sack. Maybe a few hurries no knockdowns, but the defense, the first half really didn't show up. And then they just gave this touchdown up late. So, for the most part, man, it was the offense who did not show up to play. So I'm not gonna hold you guys up. It definitely I enjoyed the game, win, lose, or draw. And it definitely was a good game. That first game that we watched, that I commentated on, the Pittsburgh game and the New York Jets. That definitely was a good, exciting game. Justin Fields definitely has a bright, career ahead of him. Them Steelers, was the Steelers of Aaron Rodgers went out there and put 4 touchdown passes, up against them, against his old team, but yeah, man, back to these Lions, man. This is, I'll go on ahead and talk through this last possession. It's 1st and 10, from our 25-yard line, and then we'll do this last possession and see what we'll do and go ahead and end the show. It's still 7:46 left, in the game, but for the most part, we need to at least score a touchdown. Okay, we get Real Talk with Big Dave joining us. Okay, I'm bringing him to the stage. I didn't even see him. What's up, Big Dave?
Oh, nothing, man. It's a long day, man. I'm over here, got things going on for moms, and I figured let me go and log back in. I don't know what was going on with me earlier. Can you see me?
Yeah, I see you. Yeah, man, it's horrible, man. Listen, I was just getting ready to end the show, man. I've been on this motherfucker
man.
for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Man, listen, man. We did a show last night about this, and we had a real conversation. And remember what I told you last night, that I don't think that the Lions was going to win this game, but I took them anyway, But I remember what I told you last night, what was going to happen if, Jordan Love don't turn the ball.
Oh, my God, this nigga. Go ahead, my bad.
No, go ahead, because I ain't even watching the game.
It was 3rd and 2. It's 4th and 2 now, but go ahead, Dave. I'm listening.
I haven't watched none of the game. What is Michael Parsons doing?
He really have not.
So they've been
His
playing
presence been, he been getting double, so that's been allowing a lot of other people to do their little thing, But for the most part, man, our offense, nigga, it's 6 to 24. We've put up 2 field goals.
Listen to what I'm saying. Remember when you asked me them questions last night about the Lions and what I thought, and I was honest.
Another stat.
I was honest. And I told people always say that I'm a half a fan. I'm not a complete fan. I'm a hater fan because I critique my team. I love all my Detroit teams, but let's be honest and real. Them not having the same coordinators and things change the dynamics. It changed the dynamics because you have to put Goff in a position for him to win. Because he's accurate.
Yeah, and today he was not in a position to win, man. They just ended pretty much. We just got sacked. The ball going back to Green Bay, man. We look. Our offense looked horrible. The offensive line looked horrible. Michael Parsons. He did not get no sacks, but his presence asked for a double team, which allow other players to come in and get sacks.
Right, because when you got to double team him, so Hutch
man, he did nothing, man. We got no pressure, at all. Besides, I believe maybe one play, but we didn't get any sacks. You know what I mean? But no, he was pretty much he didn't do anything in this game, and our defense looked horrible.
Well, look, man.
Both sides looked horrible.
As Detroit fans, that's a blow. Even though they said the coordinator for the defense was going to run, he was there with Eric, and they said that he was going to run the same defense, so they shouldn't have a problem with this. That's what they said.
Right.
Offensively, even Tom Brady said it, and then a few others said it. That's a blow to lose Ben Johnson because Ben Johnson put Jared Goff in a position. You got to put Jared Goff in a position. He's not a quarterback that can put a team on his back. Yes, he's accurate, and if you get the ball out of his hand quick, he'll complete the pass. But he doesn't have a deep ball, and he can't take over a game on his own. He has to be put in a position. And a lot of people, call me a hater. How? Because I'm critiquing my team. I'm not going to be that kind of fan that's a yes fan. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
what me and you talked about last night when we talked about Green Bay and the Detroit Lions, we talked about what the Lions had to do if they was going to continue the streak with beating Green Bay. But we also talked about the difference Green Bay made over the offseason because they got younger and faster and stronger.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, everything that you just talked about happened this game. He was not able to get the ball downfield at all, not even once. I think the only time they got J-Mo the ball was like, I believe he got maybe one ball across the middle, but, they tried to get him on a few, wide receiver screens. But other than that, man, he was 9 and 4, man. We did nothing. They tried Amon-Ra caught a few first downs, but, even Sam Laporta, man, he may only had a few catches, they pretty much kept us contained, man, the whole game.
So
we had a bunch of 3 and outs. Definitely a few we had an interception that hurt, down on the goal line that could have been a touchdown, but led into an interception. That's what really hurt us right there, But for the most part, man, our offense we struggled the whole game.
They didn't run the ball.
The first half, we tried to run the ball and we looked at somewhat decent, but trying to run the ball from behind, man, and they pretty much we couldn't run the ball neither. There's no excuses. We tried to run the ball in the first half, but it didn't much come out of it. It looked like we were going to start rolling a little bit, but that came to an end, with that turnover at halftime. So, and then in the second half, pretty much they were just trying to pass it. And Green Bay just they just were sending a lot of blitzes, putting a lot of pressure on Jared Goff. And he struggled this game.
He froze.
Yeah.
Well, one thing about both of us with our shows, we try to keep the content honest and real, and we try to put things out here that should be put out there for people that don't understand. And me and you had a realist conversation last night. I still took the Lions to win it, but I told you before we got off that I don't think the Lions going to win that game. Green Bay's going to take it because it's things that changed with the Lions this year. And not having that offensive coordinator that made plays designed for Jared Goff to be open with that top line that they had, he was able to get the ball out of his hands. And it sounds like today he wasn't able to do that.
Yeah, man, they wasn't able to do anything. We thought we had a pick 6 that was called back on penalties. We had no turnovers. They had a turnover. I believe they may have had 3 to 4 sacks in this game. We had no pressure, no sacks. I don't even think we touched Jordan Love, maybe one knockdown or one hurry. So they getting ready to bring out the field goal team and make another field goal. So, but yeah, man, it's just, it was a horrible game all the way around, on both sides, offense and defensively.
Yeah, I understand. Well,
yep. So it's 24-6. They just put up another 3.
Who just put up?
So Green Bay.
Okay, I don't have it. So it's 27-6. I don't have the TV watched. I watched Red Zone today maybe for 20 minutes, and I was crushed to see that Justin Fields did everything right today. He then completed that pass that would have put them in field goal range to take the lead to win that game. And the damn receiver let it get Ramsey jarred it out his damn hand.
Yeah, man, he looked good. Hey, look, that he looked really good. But Aaron Rodgers, man, I didn't even realize that he had 2 for 4 touchdowns, You know, and that's the game that I watched before this Lions game come on. You know, and they were putting a lot of pressure. They had a few sacks. You know, in the beginning, I'm like, Aaron Rodgers cannot move or get around and get away from that sack. But you know, some way in the end, that defense, Pittsburgh was able to, you know, get a few stops. And Aaron Rodgers, man, you know, that veteran, you know, he threw for 4 touchdowns. You know, and was able to get that W. You know, but
Yeah,
Justin Fields, man, he looked good, man. I take nothing away from him. They got a, you know, he got a
but
bright future. You know, that
like
was a tough loss. You know, that game could have went either way, but you know, I give it to the sporty veteran. Okay, look like Big Dave froze, but you know, I'm gonna keep it
yeah,
going.
I
Okay, you back?
I watched Red. It was 4th and 3, and Justin Fields threw a strike that would put them in position to win that game, and the receiver let him down. He didn't hold the ball; it got jarred away from Ramsey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Another shocker today: a guy that has no business being a quarterback for the Colts. They blew out Miami. I don't know if Tua played or not, but they blew Miami out 33-3 or some shit.
Mm,
Crazy, man. San Francisco is struggling right now with Seattle.
right.
Geno Smith did his thing today. I'm talking about quarterbacks that should always have chances, and
Get rid
I'm
of it.
got another chance, and he was able to
Nah, this
do it.
nigga don't got a sack. Michael Parsons got a fucking sack.
Yeah, I understand, bro. But you know, as Detroit fans, we got to learn not to wear them on our sleeve, man. We got to learn not to wear them on our sleeve. And I just came to the conclusion this year, man. These millionaires are making the money. We're not. And I'm not going to make them make me lose my mind on what they're doing. Don't mean because I'm a competitive. I'm very competitive, and I'm a competitor. And I played the game. But I'm learning not to let them make me lose my mind, man. I done broke TVs watching the Lions. I done punch holes in doors. That's a problem.
Yeah, and listen, I've been the same way, man. I've calmed down a lot. I don't broke TVs. I don't did all type of shit. You know, broke phones and shit. You know, over these Lions and Pistons, man, over the years. You know, but I definitely don't, you know, lighten up. You know, I don't take it as serious. You know, as I used to. You know, because you end up hurt, man. You heart broke. You know, out of money, man, replacing shit. You know, but man, you know, the
It's the
last 2
health.
years, you know, we've definitely had a good game. We looked horrible this game, man. You know, but there's
Well,
no excuse around it. You know, back to the drawing board. Our offensive coordinator, our defensive coordinator, you know, are going to have to go back bright and early Monday morning. Them motherfuckers need to be up in there practicing.
but you best to believe Dan Gilbert got something to say. I mean, not Dan Gilbert. What's his damn
Dan
name? That's
Campbell,
Dan
Dan
Campbell.
Campbell,
Yeah,
yeah.
you best believe he got something to say about this. So, you know, just take a deep breath and move on and get ready for next weekend, and then go
Yeah,
from
that's
there.
it, man. You know, first game, you know, Green Bay, we knew it was going to be a tough game regardless, you know, but, you know, the offense definitely has a lot to work on, especially this defense, man. Our secondary, we looked horrible.
Wow.
You know,
Wow.
for us to have pretty much the #1 offense possibly, you know, in the league, we looked like we had the 32 offense in the league. You know, J-Mo was a non-factor.
Wow.
You know, it was just a horrible running game pretty much. You know, in the first half, we looked like we may have was going to get some start, but every drive that we had, stalled out.
Well, I
You
mean,
know, so go ahead, Dave.
no, not cutting you off, bro. For the fans that's listening to you right now and listen to both of us talk, like I said, one game at a time. And
This
this
nigga
is,
just fumbled the ball.
you know, my second team is Kansas City. They took a hard loss, so you know it's back to the drawing board. And if the Lions is any good, any good as any, if they any good, like last year, or the year before, they'll bounce back from this loss.
Yeah, we'll bounce back, man. This is it's just a tough, hard loss first game of the season. You know what I
And
mean? You know, so
they
this is
perform.
pretty much the second loss in a row, leading back to last year playoff game. You know, so it's just we still get that bad taste in our mouth from last season. You know what I mean? We all like to start off on a good note, but unfortunately, we wasn't able to pull it off in Green Bay today. But like you said, we're able to bounce back, man. We just got to go back to the drawing board.
What it is bothering you because it looked like they didn't even put an effort. It looked like they didn't even challenge Green Bay. It looked like they didn't have a chance in
No,
hell.
they didn't, man.
They look like the old Lions to you. And that really pissed you off. It really hurt you.
No,
And
it
it hurt.
did. I mean, they looked horrible.
Right now, my cousin and a couple of my buddies that say I'm Lions haters, when I call on Sunday when the Lions finna play, they think I'm calling to go against the Lions, and I'm not. But at the end of the day, I can see right now they're furious. They shocked. I bet you they stunned. And if I call them right now, just to talk to them like me and you having a heart-to-heart, they ain't going to want to hear it. They ain't going to even answer for me because they think I'm calling to tease the Lions. No, I'm not calling to tease the Lions. I'm calling to talk about facts that they don't never want to talk about. You can't have it both ways. You can't love
Yeah,
them
they ain't
when
gonna. If you call them right now, they definitely not gonna answer.
no, they're not going to answer. But you can have it both ways. When they win and kick and tail, you answer the phone geek. And then when they lose, you dodging people. That's not a real sport fan to me.
Yeah, you know how it goes though, man. But they trying to put a little drive together, but it's 2 minutes left, 2 minute warning. The game is pretty much over. I think they at least gonna try to put up a touchdown to try not to at least be shut out. So I was gonna close out, but we're gonna go ahead and watch it since we here at the end, finish it out these last 2 minutes. I ain't gonna quit. I was about to throw in the towel before you came in, Dave. I promise you I was.
Bro.
Before I saw you logging in, I was getting ready to throw the towel
Hold
in,
on.
man.
Let me shut it down. Hold on. Hold on one
But
minute,
yeah,
bro. I'm gonna
we've
shut
been
the show down
broadcasting
for
for
1 minute.
4 hours and 36 minutes and 19 seconds. If you're not a subscriber to the show, please make sure you hit that
Okay,
subscribe
yeah.
button. I've been I don't commentated on the last two games. We've been going, like I said, for 4 hours and 36 minutes. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Help your boy out. You know what I mean? But it definitely was this reminds me of how I used to feel, years ago when the Lions used to take losses, Big Dave. But you went black,
Yeah,
Big Dave. I can't even see you.
I went black because I got some company just came in the door, so I shut down. But you can hear me on audio now on this, so
Okay, I
nobody
can hear you.
across the world
Well,
see
yeah,
what's
we got
going
we got a couple of minutes left, and then after these 2 minutes, we going after the game, I'm going to end it. But I still hear you. But yeah, man, it's disappointing. You know, the first game of the season to see your team take an L. Most teams, especially Detroit. The last 2 years we've been coming out, getting that W. We so basically. We don't lost like really 2 games in a row leading up to the last playoff game of the season, Big Dave.
Yeah. So it's a situation. They got to have a conference and they got to fix it.
Yeah, we definitely got to fix it, man. It definitely showed today that we lost our offensive and defensive coordinator, man. I thought we were going to be able to, keep it going, but, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, man, and change some shit up.
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't see that Dan Campbell grit in the team today, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you do for the city? He was saying you'd be doing something where he can be live and get all the channels, CBS and Fox and all that stuff.
No, that's what I am.
Yep. Okay. So here we go. It's 1st and 10. Lions on their 30-yard line. This pretty much is it right here. It's 2 minutes left. We're gonna see if they can get a touchdown
score.
out of this drive. Giving the ball to Gibbs.
Okay.
Gibbs nothing. He had to bounce out of bounds. So they still trying to run the goddamn ball.
Well, that game, I'm trying to watch right now. I'm trying to get the game for tonight now for NBC. But don't worry about it now. Just have it show you.
Who plays tonight game?
Buffalo and Baltimore.
Okay, that's gonna be a good one. My son gonna love that one. So that'll be a good game. I'll be able to sit back and actually watch that game.
The best defense in NFL right now.
Yeah, that's gonna be a great game. Okay, they got the first down. Okay, so look like they picked up the first down. 1 minute and 45 seconds left. We still threatened to, to score. We at the 20-yard line. Did they give us the first down? Okay, we got the first down. So 1st and 10 at the 20.
Video chat with me. So I can see what you're doing. Call me on the video.
So it's 1 minute and 30 seconds left, Dave. 2nd and 10. We threatened to score. We at least got it. We've been down there 3 times and come up empty-handed. Twice we came up with field goals. But this is it. We got 4 downs to be able to come up with a touchdown. It's okay. Here we go. 2nd and 10.
Okay. You'll be satisfied if they score a touchdown.
I won't even be satisfied, but it'll just give us something to look forward to going into the next game.
Okay.
At least the offense put a touchdown up on it. It won't allow the defense to say that they shut our offense out pretty much.
I understand.
So the defense is still out there playing hard because they want to be able to shut us out, and the offense at least want to put up 7 points. So here we go, 3rd and 10.
No, those are 3 downloads.
Across the middle, they gave it to Gibbs. So, today, man, he was only able to put up passes across the middle, short passes to Amon-Ra, a few passes to Gibbs, a couple of passes here and there to Laporta, man. We looked horrible, but here we go. This is 4th and 3rd for the game.
To watch.
Okay, penalty coming up. Flag on the play.
Okay. Sign in.
But no, Big Dave, man, I want to thank you for coming on the show. Let everybody know what you got going on, man, and where they can reach you.
Okay, you can get me on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Real Talk with WIT Big Dave. And you can catch me on Facebook as Big Dave Crawford.
Okay, and give everybody your last words and your thoughts on this game, man. The game is not over, but it's pretty much over. We on our last drive. It was just a penalty flag call, but I just wanted to, give your last thoughts and your last words on, on this game. It's okay. Minute left, 4th and 3rd. We got the ball. And give give your thoughts on this overall on this game overall, man.
Well, my thoughts is what I said last night. With a new offensive coordinator, a new defensive coordinator, Jared Goff has to be put in the position. He can't put the team on his back. He's not that type of quarterback. You have to put him in position to be successful, and they wasn't able to do that. So that's the result. And Green Bay came out ready, and they faster and stronger, and they're younger. That's where I'm at.
Okay, well, hey, look, that ended the game right there. That might be a touchdown.
Well,
but it looked like they called it. They say that wasn't a catch, but that looked like that was a catch to me. But man, look, we got a lot of work to do ahead of us, man. For us to have the number one, number two offense in the league, and for the defense that we had the roster that we got on our defense, from last year, pretty much the same guys. Everybody came back, and in this last play, it's under review. It may be called back, and it may be a touchdown, Lions, because it looked like both of those feet came down.
At this point, that touchdown don't do nothing for that team. It's just
no, it don't do nothing, but it doesn't shut them out of the game. It doesn't give us a win. So really, at the end of the day, it doesn't do nothing. But the offense would have, put points on the board.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, but tonight's game, that's definitely going to be a great game. I'm glad you reminded me about that. It's going to be a good game against the AFC. Matter of fact, they played in the AFC Championship last year, I believe. I'm not mistaken. Buffalo Baltimore and Buffalo.
Second round of the playoffs. And whoever wins that game went to the AFC Championship against Kansas City.
Okay.
And Buffalo won that game and went to play Kansas City and lost. Kansas City won.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Well, look. Okay, so they scored the touchdown. So, so the offense did get on the board. Which to me, it don't make me feel no better. It's still a loss, but it was just a great catch.
Okay.
Yes, I guess see what it do.
So yeah, it was a touchdown, but it's a day, a dollar a day. How that go? A day late, dollar short.
That's
right. What I mean? But so pretty much we got to go for an onside kick right here. But that made it 13-27.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna go on and sign out, and I'll catch you on the other end because there's too much going on over here that's interrupting.
Right. Well, go ahead and do your thing, man. Like I said, I want to thank you for coming on the show, man, and blessing us with your opinions and your thoughts, and I'll get with you later. So that's Real Talk with Big Dave. Make sure you guys go over there on his channel on YouTube and subscribe to the channel. He's putting out great content all the time, every day. Like I said, Big Dave, thanks for joining the show again, man, and I'll talk to you in a second.
Yeah, it's an honor, bro. Peace.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like I said, I'm gonna close it out. We here at the end now. All of a sudden, they want to get all these breaks in the game and it's penalties, So, but it is. We're gonna finish it out. We've came this far, so I'm gonna finish it out. It's 55 seconds left. I don't know what's going on. Oh, yeah, they probably getting ready to set up for an onside kick. Is what's getting ready to go on. If we can get two of them, I'm going to still try to keep hope alive, but. Okay, so the ball went out of bounds, so pretty much that'll do it. So yeah, I enjoyed talking with you guys about the game, chopping it up. It was a disappointing loss. I definitely wanted to see the Lions come out here and win first in the season. To see your team take an L in the first game of the year. It's been a while since we saw the Lions lose the first game. At least two or 3 years ago. But nowadays the Packers just have to really pretty much after this run one more play, and that's it. And take a knee. But like I said, I want to thank everybody who interacted with the show today. I want to thank Real Talk with Big Dave. Like I said, make sure you go over there to his channel, subscribe. He's putting out great content. We always over there working with him too. So definitely make sure you go over there and check his channel out. So this is it. They are in the victory formation now, taking the game is over with. So my job is done. Like I said, I came out, we've been out here for 4 hours and 48 minutes. I need for those who are left, if you're not a subscriber to that show, make sure you go and hit that subscribe button. It definitely helps the channel grow. So yeah, man, it was a devastating loss. The Lions look horrible. We have to go back to the drawing board, and get back to work early, bright Monday. They need to be up in there, trying to figure out what happened and what went wrong. So I'm not going to hold you guys up no more. It's been another one. It's your boy Dame D, and I am out. Peace.